We now come to the general debate on making Britain a clean energy superpower. I call on the Minister to move.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I say it is a genuine pleasure to see you in the chair, and it's also a privilege to open this debate today on the Government's plan to make Britain a clean energy superpower. And can I also say it is a genuine privilege to have been asked to do the best job in government, as I think the Honourable Gentleman Member for West Aberdeen and concurred, and to serve as Energy Minister. The urgency of the multiple challenges that we face as a country is why this government is moving at such pace on this mission. First, we have the challenge of energy insecurity and our over-reliance on volatile fossil fuel markets, laid bare by Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And according to the IMF, the soaring inflation that Britain suffered as a result of the energy crisis was far worse than any other G7 country. And that led, of course, to the second challenge that many of our constituents are still facing, the skyrocketing of consumer bills, with the default tariff price cap rising by around £2,800 in the year after the invasion. And third, while families continue to face the worst cost of living crisis in a generation, there is still huge demand for good jobs with good wages across every part of the UK, but perhaps particularly in those industrial heartlands that have too often been left behind in both the good and the bad times. And fourthly, there is the challenge posed by the climate crisis, which grows more and more urgent every day. We are now halfway through the most decisive decade to prevent irreversible damage to our planet. This is our last chance to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, and frankly, we are way off track. This government is determined to address these challenges. But unlike our predecessors, we don't see these as separate issues pulling us in different directions, a case of one of the other, of green or growth. Each of these challenges points to the same solution, a green energy future. Because investing in clean energy at speed and scale is the only way to deliver energy security and deliver for families and save those families from future energy shocks. And it will also create tens of thousands of good, skilled jobs. And importantly, I will give way.
The Honourable Gentleman, he's just mentioned families and energy prices, and during the general election campaign, the Labour Party, Labour candidates right across the country claimed that GB Energy would save average British household £300 a year. However, the Secretary of State, when given the chance last week, refused to repeat this claim, and it's been quite a lot of confusion in the national media over the last couple of days when Downing Street has been saying one thing, the Honourable Gentleman's Department have been saying another. Can he now confirm on the parliamentary record how much GB Energy will save or cost British bill payers by the time of the next election? Because he is absolutely right. All of these things are all part of Labour's energy plan for the country, and we absolutely need to know how much it's going to cost or how much it's going to save British taxpayers.
Well, I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his question. I think it does take a bit of a brass neck to come here and talk about bringing down bills when the government that he supported for a long time saw those skyrocket. We've been very clear, bills will come down. We said that throughout the campaign. We said that yesterday, and we stand by that because bills must come down. But this isn't going to happen overnight. We have wasted years, thanks to the front bench making noises now. We've wasted years on this mission. We now need to catch up. We will catch up and we will bring down bills. So I'm going to make just a bit of progress, if that's okay. So we will create thousands of skilled jobs, and crucially, it will tackle the climate crisis that we have not done enough to do in recent years. And it's for these reasons that the Prime Minister has made making Britain a clean energy superpower one of his 5 missions. And the government has a clear long-term plan to deliver it, a plan to increase our energy independence, to protect consumers, to deliver good jobs, and a plan for climate leadership. And the outcome of that plan will be the decarbonisation of our power supply by 2030 and the acceleration to net zero across our economy. And to achieve that mission, We need to forge a new path that moves away from these volatile fossil fuel markets. And that's why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was so delighted yesterday to introduce the Great British Energy Bill to Parliament. It corrects an anomaly in our energy ownership, where we have widespread public ownership of energy in this country, just not by us. We've offshore wind farms owned by the governments of Denmark, France, Norway and Sweden, but not our own. I'll happily give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Many of my constituents in Ealing Southall are incredibly excited by his plans for Great British Energy and for taking back control of our energy system and lowering bills for hard-pressed families. But would he agree with me that the party opposite would have confused many of my residents with their support for public ownership, but only if it is ownership by foreign governments of our energy infrastructure and not by the British government? Would he agree with me that, taking into account his great plans to make this country an energy superpower, would he agree with me?
Minister.
Well, can I thank the Honourable Lady for a very helpful intervention, and I'm very, very happy to agree with her. And there is a confusion at the heart of the Conservative Party's plans. They've been very happy now to hand over key parts of our national infrastructure to foreign governments, for the profits go to the public in those countries, but ideologically opposed to any suggestion that the British taxpayer should have any stake in those futures, and that is something that we will turn around. And of course, while British waters are indeed... I'll give way, and I apologise for not giving way earlier.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and welcome to his place. I think it's clear to everybody that the early advance of this bill shows this government's priority and its commitment to driving down carbon emissions and driving down the cost of energy, and the understanding that this can only happen through public ownership and private investment, something the government last failed to understand on the other side. I know we're having the second reading after the summer, but could he say something about GB Energy having a controlling stake in new energy projects it supports to ensure the public benefits? And perhaps he might also say something about the vexed issue of storage of energy, because this is going to be a huge part of the programme going forward.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman. He raises two very important points. GB Energy will invest in a range of projects and will be a key stake in those projects, delivering a return for the British taxpayer. And that will be a range of projects. Some we will absolutely be the controlling stake in, some we might help to get over the line, but they will be in every single project a return for the British taxpayer. And the second point, I think, is vital, because I've only been in this role for a couple of weeks, but every meeting I have comes back to this question of connection and storage and how we make sure that our renewable future can be delivered across the whole period that we need electricity demand for. And so storage will be important, and GB Energy will also have a part to play in that, and the wider questions about grid and network. I'm going to just make a bit of progress and I'll come back to the Honourable Lady if that's okay. So this point about ownership by foreign countries, and of course British waters are home to one of the largest offshore floating wind farms in the world, Kincardine, off the coast of Aberdeen. But it's a good example of the problem with the current model. The foundations were made in Spain, the turbines were installed in the Netherlands, and only then was it towed to British waters. So our view is that British taxpayers should own some of that infrastructure, and that's why yesterday the Prime Minister and my right honourable friend, the Energy Secretary, announced an exciting new partnership between Great British Energy and the Crown Estate to unleash billions of pounds of investment in clean power. This partnership, I'm going to just make a bit of progress and then I'll give way if that's okay. This partnership will enable two national institutions to work together for the benefit of the British people. As well as building supply chains, Great British Energy will develop and own power projects in every part of the United Kingdom, in England, Wales, Scotland and in Northern Ireland. And it will be capitalised with £8.3 billion over the lifetime of this Parliament, money that can be invested in wind, solar, nuclear, tidal and in other technologies, and it will deliver profits to the British people, playing a vital role in delivering the new jobs that we need. I'll give that.
Thank the honourable member. The government's plans to ban new oil and gas licences has been criticised by business leaders, unions and community groups across Scotland. As a fellow Scottish MP, will he confirm today whether or not he supports his government's plans, which have been said will put up to 90,000 jobs across Scotland at risk?
Yeah. Well, we were very clear during the election that the future of the North Sea is incredibly important, but that future is a transition away from the oil and gas industries that we see at the moment. And of course, what the previous government needs to recognise as well is that the North Sea is a declining basin. We have lost thousands of jobs in that over the past decade, and that will continue in the future unless we accelerate our transition in the North Sea to the clean energy jobs of the future. It's not good enough to just bury your head in the sand and pretend that this problem doesn't exist. What we need is a plan to give people secure jobs for the future so that they are long-term and sustainable, not this idea that we can just carry on as business as usual. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I want to ask about gas prices, because you've continually referred to the role of GB Energy. How will GB Energy deliver lower gas prices when only yesterday one of your colleagues, Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero, admitted that the price of gas is determined on the international market?
I'm not sure the honourable gentleman understands the purpose of GB Energy, but it's not to bring down gas prices, it's to bring down bills. And the whole point of GB Energy is to move us away from our over-reliance on gas. If we're not reliant on gas prices, we remove that risk to bills from the shocks that we get from the international markets of gas prices. But we only do that if we invest in the clean energy of the future. I'm proud to say, finally, I will give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. Would the Minister agree with me that the energy crisis is not just a matter of supply, but of demand, and the cheapest bill is the one that you don't have to pay because you're not using the energy? So will the Minister today be making announcements to tackle the demand side of this? For example, ensuring that all new buildings are built to net zero standards with a timeline to get to that point as soon as possible. For example, announcing a nationwide street-by-street home insulation programme so that we can tackle the problem of energy efficiency, which is the cheapest and quickest way to address the energy crisis that I understand he's keen to address. And if he's not going to make those announcements today, when will they be coming?
I thank the honourable lady for her intervention. I think she's maybe been reading her own manifesto, because everything that she said there I would agree with, and that's why we're announcing a Warm Homes Agency. It's why we're looking at energy efficiency across the public sector and residential. It's why we're going to massively upscale that domestic investment so that we can get that issue in the future. And I'll come back to her points in more detail later in my speech. It's almost as if she knew what I was going to talk to later in my speech. And I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
Thank the Minister for giving way. And in terms of the recent announcement that were made in terms of the collaboration with the Crown Estate and how they will work with GB Energy moving forward, in Pembrokeshire we have a fantastic opportunity in the form of floating offshore wind. Would the Minister give assurances that the leasing process for the seabeds that's being undertaken by the Crown Estate will have binding commitments to local content in the supply chain and also to address the skills gap in the region?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman, and he has already become a very strong advocate for his constituents, having already cornered me in the House of Commons Library to talk about these very issues, and long may he continue to do so. And I would say that he raises a really important point. The whole point of our partnership with the Crown Estates is that we'll be able to look not just at investment in the clean power that we need, but at that whole issue of the supply chain, looking at creating these good jobs in industrial communities, and also our commitment to the British Jobs Bonus will invest in those jobs in this country, creating the skills for the future. So I want to move on just finally on GB Energy. As a Scottish MP, it would be wrong of me not to say that I am incredibly proud that Great British Energy will be headquartered in Scotland, a signal of our commitment to deliver the good jobs that communities need, but also to bring the expertise and skills of Scotland's growing renewable sector to the table as we drive forward towards even more ambitious plans across the whole country. And in the driving seat of these ambitions is our new Mission Control Centre, led by the former Chief Executive of the Climate Change Committee, Chris Stark. Mission control is about bringing together the best minds across Whitehall, but also crucially outside of Whitehall, so that we can set the direction, monitor progress and remove all of the barriers that are in the way, whether that's planning, grid, supply chains or skills, so that the government can work with one voice to deliver this plan.
My honourable friend for giving way. He talks about barriers to doing this. One of the key challenges is the capacity of our construction industry. And I wonder if he's having conversations across government about how we resolve that so we can deliver on this crucial agenda towards net zero.
The Honourable Lady makes an incredibly important point, and this transition has to be hand in hand with the industrial strategy that the government is driving forward, and that's why my honourable friend in the department is also shared with the Department of Business and Trade to bring together that industrial strategy right across government. But we also have to look at the skills for the future and developing that next generation of apprentices and skilled workers that can be in the jobs that are going to be with us, if I could just, that will be with us long into the future. I'll give way and then I'm going to carry on with the speech.
Thank you so much, my right honourable friend. Thank you for giving way. You've mentioned Scotland. I'd like to mention Wales again, like my friend from Pembrokeshire. So Monmouthshire has plenty of wind and wave opportunities. We have the tidal River Severn, and we also have small tributaries in the Wye Valley, like the Angiddy above Tintern. And my constituents are really looking forward to being able to benefit from those community energy projects you've talked about and that are mentioned in the bill. So will the Minister say when our community energy projects can start bidding into and seeing that process happen? Thank you.
Thank the Honourable Lady, particularly because I thought for a moment she was going to make a bid for GB Energy to be headquartered in Wales, which is the one thing I think I could commit to not doing. And she raises a really important point, and she raises a very important point. And partly, one of the missions of GB Energy will be around this idea of community-owned power, because we have to bring two things together here. We want communities to be in the driving seat of much of this future, but also to have some sense of ownership of those assets. And we also know that some of these small-scale generation projects can also be the most successful. So we can bring together both the benefits of community ownership with these smaller-scale generation projects that also, I think, deal with some of the issues around grid and network, because we're not trying to bring power from so far away to communities. So there's real appetite for some of that, and it's some of the early work that GB Energy will work on. On the issue of onshore wind, there are two aspects of which we've moved quickly as a government, onshore wind being one. We swept away some of the significant barriers that have held us back for far too long, and within 72 hours of coming into office, we removed the de facto ban on onshore wind in England, which meant that just a single objection to a wind turbine prevented it from being built. Onshore wind is quick and cheap to build, and it becomes one of the cheapest sources of power that we have. But under the ban in place for nearly a decade by the party opposite, only 2 onshore wind turbines were built in the whole of England, and the pipeline of projects shrunk by 90%. Now we're consulting on bringing large onshore projects back into the nationally significant infrastructure project regime, and we've established an onshore wind task force to tackle the depleted pipeline of projects and help us on our way to doubling onshore wind by the end of the decade. And on solar power, we have to speed up the rollout of solar power. That means not leaving planning decisions languishing on desks month after month, but getting on with making decisions. And that's why my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, consented to 1.3 gigawatts of solar, powering the equivalent of 400,000 homes. I will give.
Thank you. The Minister talks of solar farms, but in Huntingdon, the proposed East Park Energy solar farm, stretching from Great Staunton and across the constituency boundary at 1,800 acres, is larger than Gatwick Airport and stretches for 6 miles. Local residents have grave concerns over the scale of this development. What commitments will he make to our rural communities that they will have a say over this Labour government allowing large solar farms to be built in their local areas, given the detrimental impact upon them?
Well, the honourable gentleman is right to represent his constituents, of course, and that we're not in any way going to remove the ability of communities to be part of course, a consultation process in the planning system. But the issue is that that wasn't what was happening for so long. We need to move forward with some of this infrastructure. And what we want to look at is partly the community benefit that communities will get from some of that infrastructure, and there's a range of options being looked at the moment. But at some point we have to have this national recognition that there is infrastructure that we need that is nationally significant. Some communities will have to host that infrastructure, and there should be benefits for those communities in doing it. But that doesn't mean that we should stop doing it. And I'm afraid the days of government passing the buck to a future generation to fix these issues are gone. We need to tackle this crisis, and that means we will be building, and there will be projects in communities with consultation, of course, but nationally significant projects will have to go ahead if we want to reach the targets by 2030. So, in 1 week, more solar capacity was delivered by this government than all previous solar projects consented by the department and its predecessors combined. And we've reconvened the Solar Task Force to explore what else government and industry can do to help us treble solar power by 2030. And underpinning our renewables-based system will be a baseload of nuclear power. We want to see Hinkley Point C operational this decade, with extensions to the currently operating fleet, and we're also supporting development of new sites such as Sizewell C. Meanwhile, Great British Nuclear is continuing to drive forward the competition for small modular reactors, with bids currently being evaluated by the department. And there has been much debate about the role the North Sea will play and what that just transition will look like. The reality, as I mentioned earlier, is that the North Sea is a mature basin with declining reserves. ONS figures suggest that the number of direct jobs supported by the oil and gas industry has already fallen by more than a third since 2014. The future...
Thank you. Much appreciated. Regarding the potential closure of the Grangemouth refinery, the Just Transition Commission recently said that the UK Government has taken positive steps in working collaboratively with the Scottish Government. There is no doubt that we are behind schedule because of the previous Government's inaction. Can my honourable friend provide an update on when the Grangemouth Future Industry Board Leadership Forum will next meet?
Well, again, can I say thank you to the honourable gentleman, not just for his intervention, but for all the work that he's been doing before he was elected and since he was elected. He has been a dedicated campaigner on this issue, and he's raised the issue a number of times with both myself and my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State. And his point around collaboration, I think, is incredibly important. We have reset our relations between the devolved administrations across the country, and in particular on the issue of Grangemouth, we have been working hard with the Scottish Government to find a solution, and that has been a far more helpful step of interventions than we've had from the previous government, and particularly, for example, on Project Willow, which we've committed to joint funding with the Scottish Government to drive forward to find a solution on this. We're leaving no stone unturned to secure an industrial future for the site at Grangemouth, and I know he'll continue to campaign on this issue. The future of the North Sea more generally depends on having a plan for the industries of the future, whether that be in carbon capture and storage, hydrogen, or indeed in renewables. This just transition is critical, and one that I take incredibly seriously. So we will work with North Sea communities to develop a credible long-term plan. And this work will be... I'm going to just progress a little bit, if that's okay, and I'll come back. This work will be supported by a British jobs bonus to incentivise developers to build their supply chains here in the UK and to create good jobs in our industrial heartlands and in coastal communities. We will make sure our offshore workers are the people who decarbonise our country and who deliver our energy independence, and ensure that there is a strong, resilient workforce in the North Sea for decades to come.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and he very importantly mentioned the role that CCUS has to play in the decarbonisation of our economy. I'm sure he will have seen the latest NAO report looking at CCUS, and will be aware, therefore, that the department has increased its reliance on CCUS substantially since it was first mooted. In that report, they are clear that there's uncertainty still remaining about the funding available for future stages of the CCUS project proposals, that they're behind, the last government was behind in agreeing support for the track 1, and that future progress on the programme is dependent on reaching financial investment decision for at least some of the Track 1 projects very swiftly. Could he give us an update, if not now, at some point later, on how this essential part of the programme is going to be handled?
Well, I thank the Honourable Gentleman, and he raises a very important point, and the Department is reviewing the NAO report at the moment. This is an area where it will need investment, but I think we also need a concerted effort to understand what some of the barriers are. It's very clear that carbon capture and storage will be a critical part of the North Sea infrastructure in the future, and so we are taking those issues very seriously. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady, and then I really...
Grateful to the Minister for giving way, and I very much welcome so much of what he has said in this announcement, including on the need for a just transition for those working in the oil and gas sector. However, before the election, the government did make a commitment to end new oil and gas licences, although still planning to allow the new Rosebank oil field to open, despite that being connected to a level of carbon emissions that we simply cannot allow to happen in this country. So I have two questions around the future of oil and gas. One is, will the Minister confirm how and when the ending of new oil and gas licences will happen? And second, will the government reconsider the opening of the disastrous Rosebank oil and gas field? Thank you.
Well, I was hopeful that was going to be a very positive question, but then we got to a however. But I thank the Honourable Lady for her support of what I've said so far in the speech. And look, it is an important issue about North Sea licensing. We were clear throughout the election that we don't intend to issue any further licences in the North Sea. We are looking at exactly how that will come into force, and a lot of detailed work is going on because we want to give assurances to the industry. But on the question of Rosebank and some of these other fields, we have said we will not bring to an end any of the licences that are currently in place. I can't speak on some of the particular issues because there are, of course, cases before the courts on some of these cases at the moment, but we will come back to the House in due course to set out the detail. But what's important is we've said that we don't want any new licences in the North Sea, and we stand by that commitment. We now want to work out a detailed plan so that that just transition that she rightly references can actually come into effect. So finally, I just want to finish on the Warm Homes plan that the Honourable Lady mentioned earlier, which she's so committed to supporting, and we're grateful for that. This will invest £13.2 billion in clean heat and energy efficiency over the lifetime of this Parliament, doubling the previously planned investment to upgrade 5 million homes, and with grants and low-interest loans to support investment in insulation, low-carbon heating and other home improvements. Latest government figures show that 3 million households in England are in fuel poverty, and in the private rented sector, that's 1 in 4. Shamefully, the last government abandoned their commitment to get these homes up to decent standards of energy efficiency, but we will not abandon tenants. We will ensure that homes in the private rented sector meet minimum energy standards by 2030, saving renters hundreds of pounds a year. And on consumers, I'm going to just carry on if that's okay. And we will ensure that we have a regulator that fights for consumers too. We've seen repeated failures in recent years, including the scandal of the forced installation of prepayment meters, poor customer service and consumers picking up the cost when companies go to the wall. The government will overhaul the mandate, powers, remit and redress of Ofgem, and will reduce the burden of standing charges, which have risen by £150 since the start of 2022. We will hold companies to account for wrongdoing and ensure there is automatic compensation for those failed by their energy supplier. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the next 18 months in the run-up to COP30 are critical to ramping up our global climate commitments, delivering on our climate commitments. Britain must and will regain its influence on the international stage. So we will work with international partners to raise ambitions, including leading a Clean Power Alliance that brings together a coalition of countries to accelerate the clean energy transition. This government's clean energy mission and our wider energy agenda is critical, not just for that international leadership, but as a route to lower bills, energy security and good long-term jobs. There is no doubt we are playing catch-up, but if we succeed, and success is vital for all the reasons I've outlined, The benefits will be substantial and felt by everyone long into the future. We've wasted no time as a government in getting started in pursuing this mission, and I look forward to the contributions of honourable members across this House to helping us to together deliver this critical agenda for the future of our country.
The question is that this House has considered the matter of making Britain a clean energy superpower, and I call opposition spokesperson Claire Coutinho.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I say it's wonderful to see you in the chair. I also warmly welcome the honourable gentleman to his place on the government front bench. I know he used to be a school teacher, a wonderful profession, and I'm sure his ability to wrangle unruly children will help him with his work in this place. I also welcome the continuation of the fine tradition started by the member for West Aberdeenshire and Kincardine of having a minister from Scotland in the Department for Energy. Scotland has played and will continue to play a vital role in our energy security, and I know he will bring his local expertise to the role. Although I was surprised to see the title of this debate. It was under the Conservative government that we built more offshore wind than any other country bar China, much of that driven by our Contracts for Difference scheme, which weaves together the Conservative principles of competition and enterprise. It was under the Conservative government that we went from having 7% of our electricity coming from renewable energy to almost half today. And it was under the Conservative government that we kick-started the largest nuclear revival in 70 years, committing to 3 large-scale nuclear reactors and a whole new fleet of small and advanced modular reactors. That's the record that's led to over £300 billion being invested into green technology since 2010, creating jobs up and down the country. The party opposite like to say that the difference between us is that they are the climate believers and we are the climate deniers. But that is obviously nonsense. It was under the Conservative government that we became the first country in the G20 to have halved carbon emissions. But we did that whilst growing the economy. The real difference between us is this. We know that the transition needs to happen. But we are now at a stage where it's asking great costs of the British public to change their cars, homes, and many other things. We are way ahead of other countries, and what happens next is not cost-free. If it isn't managed carefully, if it's driven by ideology rather than the national interest, then it will cost us jobs, hit struggling families, and leave us reliant on fuel imports from foreign regimes. This country will only succeed in the decades ahead if we have enough cheap energy to power our nation. It's no use being world-leading at cutting emissions if the cost of your energy goes through the roof and all your businesses leave to set up in countries which still burn coal for 60% of their energy. That's worse for global emissions and a disaster for the British public. So we will do our bit from these benches to hold the government to account on their plans. But my message today to those MPs now sitting on the government side is that it's in their interests to ask these crucial questions too. Because throughout the general election campaign, the people now sitting on the benches behind the minister will have been telling their new constituents that their plans would save them £300 on their energy bills. They said it in hustings, they said it on local media, they said it on their leaflets. But they will have noticed by now that their ministers are no longer saying that at all. And this is the problem, Madam Deputy Speaker. When you get into government and you speak in the House, you cannot use numbers for which you have no basis. They will learn this. They will learn this. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, their voters, they laugh, but their voters, they won't forget that they made them that promise. Their online clips and social media accounts won't go away. They all know that their leadership have sold them down the river on this one, because the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State know that those savings cannot be delivered. In fact, their approach to energy will add huge costs to people's bills. That's not us being evil Tories on this side of the House. That's also the view of the European lead for Mitsubishi Power, who said that Labour Party's plans would require a huge sacrifice from Brits. It's the view of the GMB trade union, who said that the Secretary of State's plans will lead to power cuts and blackouts across the country and come at an enormous cost. And it's the view of the Tony Blair Institute, who say Labour's plans would raise bills and harm our energy security. People who the Labour Party normally listen to, from the right to the left of their party, agree with us on this issue. So I would urge the honourable members behind the Minister to take this issue seriously, examine his plans in details, because it was their promise that they all made just a few weeks ago that's being ditched. And come the next election, their voters will ask first, not have you met the 2030 target, but what did you do to my energy bills? And if the trade unions and the business leaders and the Conservative Party are right, that their approach will place huge costs on British households, then I can tell them that their constituents will check the parliamentary records. They'll see whether or not they asked any questions, and they will have to explain why they let this pass without challenge. I will give way on that point.
Honourable Lady giving way, and I have to congratulate her on her chutzpah for standing there after 14 years of Conservative government. And I've examined closely those net zero policies, the stop-start on feed-in tariffs, the failed competitions for carbon capture and storage, and the stalling of new nuclear. She has not, the Honourable Lady has not got a record that she should be proud of standing on, and I'd hope that she could graciously accept and back the innovative plans of the Labour government.
Well, I thank the Right Honourable Lady, who I have enormous respect for, but I would disagree, particularly on nuclear, because every single operational nuclear power plant in this country was started by Conservatives. So I will offer some suggestions for questions for the other side that they might like to ask. They like to say that renewables are cheap, and they are cheap to operate. After all, wind and sunshine are free. But if you want to know what a type of power will do to your bills, you have to look at the full system costs. If you race ahead with renewables at the same time as making your gas power stations uninvestable, what will be your backup when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow? And how much does that cost the system? New technologies like small modular nuclear reactors, carbon capture, batteries or long-duration storage, they're all very welcome, but they won't be ready by 2030. So what will be used and how much will it cost? Will the largest nuclear expansion in 70 years that I set out be sacrificed to pay for GB Energy? I know that ministers barely make reference anymore, but nuclear will be critical to our energy supply in the years ahead. Have they made an assessment of how much their plans will increase our reliance on the current dominant provider of pylons, cables, batteries and solar panels? That's China. If not, when will they do so? How much private investment into the energy transition will they lose through their plans to tax the North Sea into oblivion and to ban new oil and gas licences? It's not a coincidence that many integrated energy companies in this country pursue both oil and gas and renewable projects at the same time. It's because they use the same skills, supply chain and workers. Industries say that over £400 billion is at risk from their plans. GB Energy, £8 billion, won't touch the sides to replace that. So how much will they lose, and where will this extra money come from? Will it be from central government through people's taxes, or will it be through all of our constituents' bills and standing charges? They keep claiming, and I think the Minister did that today, that GB Energy will turn a profit. I believe he said every single project will make a return. But the slice of the pie that they want to invest in is the slice that even businesses don't think they can make any money from. That's what de-risking means. So they should ask, on what basis does the Secretary of State think that he can turn a profit for the British taxpayer when highly experienced energy companies believe they cannot? So if I could give one piece of advice to the Minister, it would be to do what I did when I first started the job. Do not just listen to one side of the climate lobby who pretend there are no costs involved in this transition. Go and speak to industry, go and speak to oil and gas workers, listen to how much those families value secure, well-paid jobs on their doorstep. Do not follow your Secretary of State's path of only quoting from the Climate Change Committee and never from business or industry. Your job, his job, first and foremost, is to keep bills down and the lights on. But do not forget those last two priorities, or he will find the benches behind him will turn very quickly.
To the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. She said don't only quote from sources that you feel are friendly to you. So I won't quote her from the International Energy Association, but perhaps if she might accept a quote from the World Economic Forum, which says renewables are now significantly undercutting fossil fuels as the world's cheapest source of energy, according to their report.
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman, but as I said, we have to look at the full systems cost. He is very experienced in the energy sector, and he knows as well as I do that the flexible capacity that you use to back up your intermittent system, that's where the true costs lie. I think it's very fair on this side of the House to ask for an assessment of what those costs will do and what it will mean for British bill payers. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the other area where they must be honest with the public is about what they're going to build. The Secretary of State's first week in the job saw him approve 4,000 football pitches worth of solar farms on farmland in Rutland, Suffolk, Cambridgeshire and Lincolnshire. These were not sat on my desk as the Secretary of State has claimed. I had made a decision to reject Seneca on the basis of a scathing examining authority report, and I changed policy to protect our best agricultural land. These were not projects that were likely to be approved. These are bad decisions. The work was being drawn up to be announced, but the decision had been taken in my case, in the case of Seneca, and he will know this from the civil servants who are duty-bound to brief him honestly in the department. In the case of Mallard Pass, they signed off a site 40% of which will be built on our best and most versatile agricultural land, taking no notice of the legal planning guidance which says that best agricultural land must be avoided. He and his ministers will have to justify that, and many more decisions to his new colleagues, many of whom now represent rural communities whose constituents will be rightly concerned that they're next. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do wish the new Minister well for his time in the department. The energy sector is one of the most interesting and important policy briefs that affects this country, and it's in all of our interests that he does his job well. However, what they've done so far, make up claims in an election that now they're in government they cannot stack up, it simply won't do. They've set out a hard target to decarbonise the grid by 2030, with a Secretary of State who staked his entire political reputation on it, without being honest about the costs. This subject is far too important for them not to take these issues seriously. It's also far too important for those on the benches opposite to blindly follow without asking any questions. They did that in the election with their promises to save households £300, which they can no longer stand up just 3 weeks into government. I would humbly suggest to them that this has been their first lesson of the Parliament, that they should not give this Secretary of State a blank cheque again.
Mary Glindon.
Oh, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it is a great pleasure to see you in this seat. And I wish you all the very best in your new role. And it's great to be asked to speak first, actually, because we've been time. So thank you. A total shock. And can I say it is an honour to speak in this debate as a Member of Parliament for Newcastle upon Tyne East and Wallsend. We have a thriving offshore sector along the Tyne, and to use the words of the Secretary of State, it is time for Britain to build things again. And I want to put on the record, Madam Deputy Speaker, Newcastle upon Tyne East and Wallsend is open for business. The UK has a lot to be proud of in terms of its service sector, but it's a catastrophic error that we've let manufacturing in this country decline. Quoting the title of a report by the Institute for Public Policy Research, Manufacturing Matters. The conversation around manufacturing and services in this country is often binary. It's one or the other. However, the reality for other countries is far from this. The report by the IPPR importantly points out that whilst we've lost over 1/3 of our manufacturing strength since the 1990s, countries like the US and France, which are similarly services focused, have maintained their manufacturing strengths at 1990 levels. Productivity growth in manufacturing was 5 times higher than in services between 1997 and 2001. High productivity means higher wages in good, well-paid jobs, jobs that I want to see in Newcastle upon Tyne East and Wallsend, jobs that match the aspiration of people in my constituency.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. And wouldn't she agree that after 14 years of Conservative government, we've seen the shipping in of components for wind turbines, for example, which could have been manufactured here. There's been a missed opportunity over 14 years, and we need that industrial revolution that a Labour government will deliver.
I think we certainly need to seize the moment now, indeed. And I was going to say, our determination must be unwavering in this place to raise living standards for working people, and good jobs have their role to play in this. And the past 14 years have seen unprecedented levels of wage stagnation. Data from the Resolution Foundation shows it was only last year that wages returned to where they were since the financial crisis. This decade, and half of the lost wage growth has cost the average worker over £10,500 a year. I thought there used to be a One Nation tradition from those now on the opposite benches, an element of the Conservative Party that cared about raising living standards for the worst off. But after 14 years, the Tories have left us with 2 nations, one of rich and one of poor. As we try to unpick the mess the Labour government has inherited, the growth of green industry will be an exciting part of the way forward. And I'm thrilled that companies are seeing the opportunities that Newcastle upon Tyne East and Wallsend have to offer, and are bringing jobs to the region in the process. The expansion of green hydrogen is just one example of this. On a recent visit to Geopura's hydrogen project at Siemens in Baker, I was amazed at their ambition. They produce hydrogen power units to replace traditional diesel generators. And it's an example of private sector at its best, the sharpest minds coming together to solve some of the biggest problems we face. And I'm proud of the breadth of energy and offshore sector in my constituency, and that includes oil and gas. Speaking to the industry in the area, they understandably have concerns about their future. We need to think exceptionally carefully about how we shape the sector in coming years for working people who earn their living from oil and gas. They are worried about...
I genuinely thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. We worked together closely in the past on some of these issues. Does she accept, like I do, that even the Committee on Climate Change says that 25% of our energy is going to be met by oil and gas by 2050, even when we're net zero? So it's so important that we produce that here in the UK for our own energy security.
This is specifically what the companies are telling me, and as a member of the former oil and gas APPG, I know that's been said on numerous occasions. But these people working in these industries are really worried about how their lives will change if they are not able to adapt to new industries. These are important jobs in our communities where sweeping job losses are still in people's memories. In Newcastle East and Wallsend, it's not uncommon to speak to someone who was affected by, or who knows someone who was affected by, the deindustrialisation of the 1980s. Pit closures, the shipyards and factories. It ruined their faith in politics and the economy for a generation. Offshore energies represent independent oil and gas producers, large integrated energy multinationals, renewable energy companies, and the supply chain that we need to keep here in the UK. That includes companies in my constituency like Baker Hughes and Peterson's. They operate right across the UK and indeed the globe. These companies share the vision and ambition we all do of delivering a homegrown energy transition and net zero, with the potential to spend almost 200 billion over the decade. But the companies investing in nascent opportunities like floating offshore wind and CCS will require the cash flow from a stable and predictable oil and gas business to fund these opportunities. I welcome Labour's manifesto commitment to manage the North Sea in a way that does not jeopardise jobs. However, I'd be grateful if the Minister could set out in practical terms how he will safeguard important jobs and investment in communities like mine. Britain's potential to become a clean energy superpower is, of course, not only exciting, Madam Deputy Speaker, but necessary. As the Government speeds up this journey, I urge Ministers to ensure that no one is left behind.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Wera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I say what a genuine pleasure it is to see you in your new role, and may I also welcome the new Energy Minister to his place. I look forward to a much more constructive way of working with him compared to what happened with previous Energy Minister. The race to net zero is the major economic opportunity of the century. The green economy must sit at the heart of economic growth. And the government has work to do to reverse the damaging narrative of the previous government that this is about green versus growth, and also to reverse the unforgivable failures of the last Conservative government, which delayed, blocked, or even reversed urgent action on climate change. Now is the time to move forward. Yeah. The global market for net zero technology is estimated at $650 billion a year by 2030. We must utilise Britain's unique geography, an abundance of natural resources, an island with lots of wind power and the world's second largest tides, to consolidate our position as a green economic powerhouse. Community benefit, community buy-in, and individual economic incentives are crucial to making this a reality. Bath and West Community Energy in my constituency are putting people at the heart of the energy transition and placing the ownership and control of energy in local hands. They raised £11 million from nearly 1,000 members and bondholders and have donated £300,000 back to the community for local food production, recycling projects and fuel poverty programmes. Yet community energy was not mentioned in the Labour government's manifesto. Imagine a future where people can purchase clean energy directly from a local supply company or cooperative, and where every pound spent on powering our homes or cars is recycled back into the local community, supporting jobs, funding new facilities and services, and contributing to the renewable energy infrastructure. That is what community energy is about, ensuring that people everywhere support and benefit from the clean energy transition. The biggest barrier, especially for smaller projects, is the access cost to the grid. There are regulatory challenges too, but surely the creation of great British energy should include the opportunity for realising the enormous potential for community energy. It is often local council and grassroots projects which show the greatest ambition to get to net zero. Until now, local authorities have been hampered by the lack of resources and the lack of coordination between central and local government. But even within central government, the coordination of net zero strategies has often been fragmented. We Liberal Democrats therefore call for a net zero delivery authority to do both: devolve decision-making powers and resources to local government and coordinate all net zero strategies and decision-making across central government departments. Madam Deputy Speaker, the last energy crisis, which saw household bills in the UK spiral out of control, was exacerbated by the UK's reliance on fossil fuels. Ironically, the previous government did very little to accelerate the deployment of renewables. Onshore wind was de facto banned, and the targets for the rollout of solar were regularly missed. Only by fast expanding renewable energy, and not only offshore wind, and prioritising a radical home insulation programme, can we assure that families in future will not be severely out of pocket ever again. But to fully realise the potential of renewables, the government must address our outdated national grid. Nearly 100 gigawatts of electricity from offshore wind projects are currently awaiting grid connections, and I hear that there's an acceleration to bring that very quickly forward. Those would have been sufficient to power 150 million homes, and some developers are waiting up to 13 years. Therefore, there's no shortage of capital or will to invest, but delays and rising costs have deterred investors who see projects in other markets, such as in mainland Europe, as a safer return on investment. And I know the government is across all over this. I'm just repeating again what the failures of previous governments was. Significant new infrastructure is required to connect renewable energy from where it is generated to homes and businesses across the country, and yet the government must pay close attention to those communities hosting the required infrastructure. I know that is a challenge, but I also support the government in understanding that significant infrastructure cannot be delayed because we really need to get to net zero.
Will the Honourable Lady give way on that point?
I'm happy to give way.
I totally agree with the Honourable Lady about the need for this new infrastructure, but as we've seen in Germany, they're now pursuing an underground first approach to new energy transmission infrastructure rather than overground pylons. Does she agree with me and honourable friends on this side of the House that that should be an approach also adopted by the UK government?
Indeed, we had a Westminster Hall debate on this very subject, and I absolutely agree. Just saving money for private companies is not a reason for not doing something that actually is better for communities. I know that half the time it was always about what is affordable. Of course, we are also talking about affordability, so it is a very fine balance. I agree to that. But where there are other solutions that are not just big pylons that are ruining the landscape, absolutely, the national grid should be looking at that. Yes, I'm happy to give way.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Lib Dem spokesperson's claim that Labour's manifesto didn't mention community energy. And in fact, if you look at the statement from Community Energy England, it says Labour's local power plan will turbocharge community energy and local climate action. And it is an integral part of the Labour Party's manifesto.
I thank him for that intervention. I'm only mentioning how important for us as Liberal Democrats community energy is, and it seems that the Labour manifesto didn't have as much emphasis on it. But if we are agreed on that, hurrah, then we all win. I'm happy to give way.
Grateful to the Honourable Lady. She's been very generous in giving way. On the issue of undergrounding power lines, whilst in some cases that may well be necessary for communities, does she not accept that given that it's 10 times the cost, it is possible, it is possible to screen the power lines and by doing so create biodiversity corridors that can connect biodiversity from one part of the country to the other so that they can cope, that biodiversity can then cope with climate change.
Indeed, all of those are not easy answers. There are no easy answers to all of them. But what we need to look at is a fine balance of what the cost is versus to getting community buy-in. There is going to be a transformation of our landscape, and we need to be aware of that. But we need to also make a good case for why it is absolutely urgent that we get to net zero. And that balance of the argument has not been done properly, in my view, by the previous government. It is important that communities buy into our big landscape transformation, but it is also important that we can do that at a cost that is affordable for the whole of the UK. Madam Deputy Speaker, we Liberal Democrats are calling for all new homes to be net zero immediately. It is crazy that we are building homes today that will need upgrading in a few years' time. We are also proposing a 10-year emergency upgrade programme for homes, starting with free insulation and heat pumps for those on low incomes. This will not happen without incentivising private landlords, as well as tougher energy efficiency targets. The private rental sector has the most energy inefficient homes. Nearly half of households living in these properties are in fuel poverty, but local authorities have taken limited action to enforce minimum energy efficiency standards. Whether it is tighter regulation on private landlords or further sanctions to make sure they comply, the government must put its mind to the private rental sector and will ensure that energy efficiency for renters isn't brushed under the carpet. And that also includes actually incentives for the private rented sector. In discussions in the previous Parliament, I know that the Labour Party is relatively reluctant to think that they want to give money to private landlords, but without actually incentivising the private rented sector, I do not think the home installation programme, particularly for low-income families, will happen. So I urge the government to think about that. As well as landlords, businesses must also be incentivised to invest in the green transition. The U-turning of the previous Conservative government sparked immense distrust from industry, with the UK chair of Ford warning her business needs 3 things from the government: ambition, commitment and consistency. That is exactly what this government must deliver. Years of stop-and-start investment has left the energy sector reeling. Businesses and trade organisations have long been calling for a detailed plan of action which offers the clarity and certainty that makes the UK an attractive country to invest in. I hope this government can finally deliver the certainty that this country so badly needs. Madam Deputy Speaker, climate change is happening, but every cloud has a silver lining. Seizing the economic opportunities of net zero will help us spread wealth and opportunity to every corner in the UK. From insulating homes to providing thousands of new jobs in the energy sector, it is clear that everyone can benefit from a thriving green economy. I look forward to working constructively with the new government to combat climate change, reduce energy bills, and be a leader in the journey to net zero.
Yeah. Before I move to the next speaker, I am just letting everybody know that due to the large number of maiden speeches, and I want to get everybody in, I'm now imposing a 6-minute time limit with the exception of maiden speeches. And I call Jess Asato.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulations on your elevation to the chair. It's such a great honour to be in this place, and my thanks for that must, of course, go to the people of Lowestoft, Beccles, and the villages who put me here. They have placed their faith in me to do what is best for them, to be their voice here in Westminster, and to champion them nationally. And they have placed their faith in the Labour Party to lead a government worthy of this great country, to do away with the decline of the last 14 years, and work to bring about a brighter future for all. As I begin my role in making that happen, I would like to pay tribute to my predecessor, Peter Aldous, and his contribution to East Anglia's position as a green energy leader, his defence of our local fishing industry, and his campaigning for the WASPy women. I thank him for his many years of public service and wish him all the best for his future. I would also like to pay tribute to his predecessor, Bob Blizzard, who very sadly passed away in 2022. He served the people of my constituency for more than 20 years, in local government and in Parliament. His decades-long fight for a third crossing will see its fruition with the opening of the Gullwing Bridge later this summer. Finally, I must mention Dame Tessa Jowell, my mentor. She was much loved and is much missed. I wouldn't be here had she not encouraged me to follow my passion for change. In her maiden speech, she implored members to always ask themselves whether what they are deciding is what they would want for themselves or their families. I aim to channel her dedication to public service, and as she called it, the human-sized picture. Each day I have the honour of representing the people of Lowestoft in this place. For me, politics is personal. I grew up near Lowestoft. I was a young carer for my grandmother and managed our precarious life on benefits. As a child, the daily struggle I faced was my normal. But it shouldn't have been, not for any child. That's why I joined the Labour Party 27 years ago. I know when we're bold, we bring real and lasting change, like the introduction of Sure Start. I know that when we're focused, we can eliminate the barriers to success. We can make people's aspirations more than a dream. We can pull children out of poverty. I represent the most eastern constituency in the UK, and for many people there, it can at times feel as though they are at the end of the line, not just on the railway map, but also when it comes to political priorities. If politics is not about making those at the periphery central, then it is nothing. We have failed if our focus is only on those most visible to this place. My job and the mission of this government is simple: to bring those who have not been served well by politics back into the fold, to prove to them that politics can work for them, that it can be a force for good. It's a job that I'm relishing and that I'm deeply humbled to be able to do. Lowestoft is a special place to represent, with incredibly friendly people, and our wide sandy beaches and beautiful broads. They're a real hidden gem that I would recommend colleagues visit. We're home to some great sights. For the thrill seekers, Pleasurewood Hills, arguably the UK's best theme park. Africa Alive, for those wanting a taste of the safari without leaving the country. Fascinating maritime and transport museums, the majestic Somerleyton Hall, and whatever the weather, Beccles Lido. Indeed, members looking to book their next holiday should contact my office. But the beautiful scenery and that really close sense of community you find in places like mine have been let down. Talking to constituents over the past 18 months, I heard the same issues again and again. People are disgusted at sewage in our rivers and the sea. They're concerned about the lack of flood protection and coastal erosion, not least because of the devastating impact of the 2013 flood in Lowestoft and the precarious nature of homes on Pakefield Cliff threatened by the sea. And most worryingly, they were concerned about feeding their children. A quarter of children in Lowestoft are growing up in deprivation, and 18,000 people have had to turn to Lowestoft Food Bank in the last year. One of the most pressing issues for many residents is access to NHS dentistry. We are a serious dental desert. A 2022 investigation found that not a single dental practice in Suffolk was taking on new NHS patients. I met one constituent while canvassing who told me he grew so fed up with the pain and no obvious remedy in sight that he pulled his tooth out with a pair of pliers in his garden shed. I think we can all agree that is not a state of affairs we want to carry on with. Labour's promised increase in emergency dental appointments will be a huge relief for local residents, and incentives for dentists will be crucial to attract them to work in dental deserts like mine. For children, our plans to introduce supervised toothbrushing in schools will be essential for their future oral health. Making sure that all children are able to seize all of the opportunities in life, challenging childhood inequalities, and importantly, addressing childhood trauma is central to my vision for politics. I'm incredibly proud of my record outside of this place, of campaigning for women and children, alongside life-changing charities like Safe Lives and Bernardo's. But I knew that being on the outside, I could only do so much. That's why I'm here, to stand up for vulnerable people, to make sure our coastal towns and rural communities feel the benefits of Labour in power. And that's why policies like GB Energy are so important. They mark a break with the failures of the past. They demonstrate a true ambition and commitment to right many wrongs. When the question is asked, how do we make Britain a clean energy superpower? My answer is Lowestoft. My answer is by unlocking our capacity to grow our offshore wind. The partnership announced yesterday between GB Energy and the Crown Estate represents a massive step forward as a country and a huge opportunity for my constituents. From a lack of housing to polluted rivers and seas, high energy bills to antisocial behaviour and much more, this government has set its sights firmly on the issues that matter to people in Lowestoft, Beccles and the villages. I'm very glad to support them in this. Thank you.
Richard Holden.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a delight to welcome you to your new position, one I'm sure you will do with great aplomb, as you have with other positions I've seen you in this House over the last few years. And I'd like to congratulate the Honourable Member for Lowestoft on her maiden speech. It was very interesting to hear about her background in the charity sector, her tribute to to former members of this House as well, who have passed away, but who were inspirations to her, was also very moving. And I know how in what high regard Tessa Jowell was held, particularly on the Labour benches. And also it's very nice to hear her tribute to Peter Aldous, somebody who was a very calming, quiet, really, in some ways, but a very kind man as well, and who really did stand up for his constituents on many of those important issues that she mentioned in her maiden speech as well, and he will be missed on this side of the House. I would also say that there is, as she comes in as a new member, one of the first things that I did was try and speak to some of my colleagues, not necessarily from my side of the House, but neighbours, when I was a newly elected MP for other parties. And actually some of those conversations can be incredibly helpful and revealing, and ensure you can work together on some of those local issues, actually, which should really transcend party political lines. I did it with the new member for North Durham just yesterday, who took on an area of my former constituency, and I hope she takes advantage of some of that, and of the cross-party APPGs that take place. I had one of my best sort of new baptisms was with the honourable member for Neath and Swansea East, Carolyn Harris, who was superb on the APPG on tackling gambling harm, and we worked together on cross-party basis on that with MPs from Northern Ireland, the Lib Dems and the SNP as well, and I would urge her to really delve into some of those things as well, but a fantastic maiden speech. Thank you very much for calling me to speak, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wanted to just touch on a couple of points which have been raised already, and then just touch on a few local issues for my Basildon and Billericay constituents, as well as on a slight mention of a couple of national issues. It's quite clear that when it comes to the previous government's record, that when we started with 7% of our electricity coming from renewable sources and ended with 50%, that was a good move for the long-term interest of the country. But as the Committee on Climate Change says, and as I mentioned in an intervention earlier, there is still going to be that need for oil and gas in our country in the long term, and there's a manufacturing base to deliver that, which is going to often work symbiotically with our manufacturing base for new offshore wind. And I really hope that the government does think about this and recognise this. I don't want to see our country at the mercy of foreign powers around any of our energy security, and I would urge them to really think about the impact that they're having on constituencies, particularly in the energy heart of our country, which is around Aberdeenshire in Scotland, about not pressing ahead with new oil and gas in the North Sea when we are going to require it. I think it is a mistake. I sort of understand politically why they might have gone for that, but I really urge them to think again in the national interest. Obviously, since 2010, there's over £300 billion of investment in our energy sector from the private sector. Whatever we do, it's going to be private sector led, and I think it's already been reflected on the relatively small numbers that the government has been talking about in terms of that investment already. And I would just urge them to ensure that whatever happens is private sector led and delivers those really good long-term jobs and growth for the country that we've been talking about and have secured over the last few years. But there is a few things I wanted to pick up on what the government said already. As my right honourable friend on the front bench mentioned, I think that £300 a year, the honourable gentleman didn't say it when he was at the dispatch box. I wonder if he could clarify those comments going forwards, because it is an issue that constituents up and down the country will think about. He talked about community-owned energy company, similar to Great British Energy. We know there's been an experience of that with Robin Hood Energy in places like Nottingham, which ended up costing the taxpayers huge amounts of money in the long term. I'm just very interested to know if they're investing in the bits that the private sector won't invest in, how can they guarantee the returns that he's talking about, and how can he guarantee that it won't actually cost the taxpayer more than in the future? I'm sure, as a former member of the Public Accounts Committee, it's not. I don't want to be looking at this in a few years' time and seeing this is where taxpayers were left on the hook, where the private sector wouldn't step in. When it comes to the costs of the net zero plans overall, we do know that the in the run-up to the general election, the Labour Party dropped its commitment when it's talking about that 2030 target of having to spend £28 billion a year towards it. I really could do with some clarity from the government front bench on what they're looking at in that regard, especially when shadow ministers in the months preceding the general election talked about it potentially costing hundreds of billions of pounds to get there. The impact, as I mentioned in an intervention on the Liberal Democrat front bench, around that energy infrastructure on communities like Billericay, like Bursted, like Glindon in my constituency, having 160-foot high pylons right down the centre of an area of unspoilt countryside. I really would ask them to reflect on that, particularly as Germany is moving to an underground first approach now. If the Germans can do it, then I don't see why we can't do it. It's in the Conservative manifesto. I'm sure that there are... I'll happily give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman very much indeed. Is the Honourable Gentleman aware that actually in June 2009, Steve Holliday, who was the then Chief Executive of National Grid, said that going underground was a no-brainer? And he's on the record as saying that, and it was reported widely in various newspapers. And that actually when National Grid is required to go underground, as in at that time through an area of outstanding national beauty, they just do it. Yeah. So it's actually, what it requires is for government to be muscular with private organisations and to insist that they use the technology that they can. Thank you.
I think the Honourable Lady makes an incredibly important point. And as we're looking at this, as technology develops in this space, it does seem remarkable that we're not looking at this as a sensible solution going forward. She's absolutely right that it can happen, it does happen. I think there's a question of making it happen. The government seems willing to ride roughshod over local considerations. I'd actually ask them to take a little step back and just try and take communities with them. You know, the last Conservative government, you know, we've got the first, second, third, fourth and fifth largest offshore wind farms in Europe delivered under the last Conservative government. Obviously there's infrastructure required for those, but you've got to take communities with you as you progress. I want to be able to back new renewables. I think it's a sensible thing to do, particularly in the offshore wind sector. That's why we saw that under the last government it go from 7% to 50%. But we can't have a situation where local communities are ride roughshod over. And I would urge the Honourable Gentleman, just to, as he takes this forwards, just to consider the impact across the country. Thank you.
I now call Polly Billington to make her maiden speech.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulations to your elevation. It's a pleasure to follow the member for Basildon and Billericay, a constituency much closer to mine than the one he represented previously. Firstly, of course, it is right to pay tribute to the fortitude and resilience displayed by my immediate predecessor, Craig McKinley, who represented the old seat of South Thanet. He has demonstrated extraordinary strength of character when faced with life-changing injuries as a result of sepsis. His return to this House when the Speaker permitted members to applaud was unforgettable. I know he will deploy his new elevation in the other place as a platform for promoting his various passions, now including better prosthetics for amputees. I wish him and his family well. Yeah. Craig was immediately preceded by my good friend Laura Sands. Although Laura took her seat for the party now sitting on the opposite benches, she and I have worked together on a range of issues, not least the importance of tackling climate change and the opportunities transition to clean and renewable energy offers in helping us tackle social and economic justice. If she were still in this House, she would have a lot to say on the issues of this debate. And before her, the South Thanet seat was Labour for 13 years, held by Dr Stephen Ladyman, a Minister of State in the last Labour government, able to effect real change for his constituency and beyond with his work as a Health Minister and in the Transport Department, securing the transformational high-speed rail to Thanet, making the three towns, Margate, Broadstairs and Ramsgate, that now make up my constituency, highly accessible to the rest of the country. And that accessibility, Madam Deputy Speaker, is both a new thing and also a constant characteristic of the story of this beautiful place. Now, much is spoken in Thanet of DFLs, down from London's, of whom I am unashamedly one. as though this is a new phenomenon, but this is a tradition that goes way back. New arrivals, mainly but not solely from the capital, have made their home in Thanet recently as the pandemic has changed work patterns and the train link has made commuting more possible. But people have been coming down from London to enjoy the sea air, the sandy beaches and the stunning skies of Thanet for more than 2 centuries. JMW Turner started a trend that runs to this day. Margate itself can argue that it is in fact the first seaside resort where working-class Londoners took a sea packet down the river and stayed over in Margate, often only for a night, to fit in with the strict holiday limits before the trade unions secured a proper weekend for working people. I will be proud to vote for a better deal for workers in that tradition when the time comes. Now, despite this strong working-class tradition and the fact Labour held its party conferences in the town after the Second World War, when Clement Attlee was our Prime Minister, the boundary changes mean I am the first ever Labour MP for Margate. From Chas and Dave to Carry On, Margate has been home or escape for some of England's best entertainers. John Le Mesurier and Hattie Jakes lived there, while Eric Morecambe had his wedding reception in a pub in the Old Town. It is now the home of the world-famous Turner Art Gallery, which has driven the growth of a vibrant art scene, supported by Tracy Emin and involving the Margate Art School and Open School East. Yet, like in so many places across the country, many people are locked out of access to the arts, either as makers or consumers, and that is something I believe we can and must address as a government and as a community in East Thanet. My good friend, the artists Bob and Roberta Smith, a resident of Ramsgate, campaigns tirelessly in this regard, and I welcome the government's approach to the school curriculum, which means all children can experience art in all of its forms. Ramsgate is a town steeped in history, with the only royal harbour in the country, gracious houses built for naval officers in the Napoleonic Wars, a rare Georgian church with a chapel dedicated to the heroes of the evacuation of Dunkirk, and Ramsgate Tunnels, which was a place of refuge for hundreds of people during the Second World War. Thanks to the Ramsgate Society and the town's residents, there are blue plaques where Van Gogh painted, where Wilkie Collins wrote, and where Coleridge recuperated. It is also a place where the architect of this place, August Pugin, built his home. This history deserves to be more widely known and celebrated, including the stories of ordinary people. Access to understanding the fullness of our past is crucial to shaping our future. Ramsgate is home to a publicly owned port, which currently hosts a range of companies and services from the Border Force and the RNLI to the wind farms that generate enough electricity to power more than 250,000 homes. Owned by other governments, however, not ours. I look forward to working with my right honourable friends on the Treasury bench to ensure Great British Energy not only enables more energy to be generated, but also jobs to be created and supply chains developed in Thanet and places like it, where high-quality jobs are in short supply and renewable energy sources, commonly known as sunshine and strong winds, are plentiful. This amazing climate has meant that Broadstairs is synonymous with holidays for many. But the reality is that Broadstairs' economy, like that of the rest of the constituency, is affected profoundly by the sewage scandal. As one business owner explained to me, no one wants to paddle through poo. It's a priority for me and for this government to tackle this sewage scandal that has not only environmental and health implications, but economic implications for East Thanet. What Thanet needs more than anything is a year-round economy. This will require something that so many towns need, including that of my honourable friend for Lowestoft, Beccles and the Villages, a coastal community strategy that addresses the challenges of constituencies like mine and makes the most that these amazing places have to offer. Because for all of the ways that Thanet is unique, my experience here and elsewhere in the country tells me that, as ever, we have more in common than that which divides us. Thanet shares challenges with many other coastal communities of poor healthcare, creaking bus services, a housing crisis partly driven by unregulated short-term holiday lets, shocking crime statistics, blighted high streets and few good job opportunities. But it shares opportunities too of renewable energy, heritage, stunning natural assets and the creativity and determination of the people who live in our coastal communities. Whether born here or drawn here, Madam Deputy Speaker, people value Thanet's unique character. It is one of our unifying characteristics. Like many before me, I have chosen Thanet, and I am honoured that they have chosen me. I felt able to ask the voters of East Thanet to have me as their MP because it is a place where I can walk hand in hand, safely and freely, in town with my wife. That is a precious and special thing. So thank you, Thanet, for having me. I may not have the wit of Chas and Dave, the timing of Eric Morecambe, or the vision of JMW Turner, but I will serve you as best I possibly can.
Pippa Heylings to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulations on your role. And I would also like to congratulate the Right Honourable Member for East Thanet, with whom we have worked before we both came to this chamber through UK 100 and others on local climate action, much of what I will speak to today. I would also like to congratulate the Minister and the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero. It means a great deal to me to make my maiden speech during a debate in which the new government is setting out green energy policies and plans to get us back on track with our climate pledges here at home so that we can once again contribute on the international stage towards collective global action. Closer to home, government research shows that local climate action would achieve net zero for half the cost of the national approach and deliver 3 times the financial returns. But we need a clear framework between the national and the local and how councils fit into the national plan for net zero, including community energy initiatives. But first, Madam Speaker, let me say how proud and humbled I am by the faith the residents of beautiful South Cambridgeshire have put in me. They wanted change, and this was a truly historic result. The Liberal Democrats won all 3 Cambridgeshire seats, turning them from blue to yellow for the first time, forming a golden ring around the constituency of the Right Honourable Member for Cambridge, who now sits on the government benches, and whom I'd like to congratulate on his appointment as Minister for Farming. Yes, a gold ring, or rather, a golden donut with red jam in the middle. And it is thanks to family, friends and activists, many up here with me, that this happened. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm a lass from Hull, whose dad was a GP and mum a nurse. And from an early age, I accompanied my dad on his home visits to patients, and it was those roots in the NHS that fostered a deep sense of community service, as well as an insight into the inequality, child poverty and poor health outcome links. And that's why I'm proud that the Liberal Democrats put the NHS and social care at the forefront of our campaign. After years of Conservative chaos and neglect left the NHS on its knees. I will continue to campaign to get fairer funding for our GPs in Cambridgeshire, because the unfair funding formula in Cambridgeshire is leaving GPs struggling to keep their heads above water. Inequality was a cruel determinant in the COVID pandemic and led to many avoidable deaths. South Cambridgeshire helped avoid more, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was here that the quick deciphering of the COVID virus's genetic code allowed for the vaccines to be developed straight away, partly explaining why they were available in record time. And the researchers then continued detecting the variants as they emerged. Truly life-saving. And that's part of the reason why semi-rural South Cambridgeshire is fast changing.
now home to world-leading innovation with Europe's largest biomedical centre, the Wellcome Genome Campus and others, as well as over 8,000 start-ups and businesses, most of which are SMEs. Our world-leading tech and life science sectors are one of the biggest contributors to our country's economy, and I invite the government to recognise this. It's the goose that lays the golden egg, which is why its future needs to be shaped carefully with and through the local authorities, giving local people a voice, tackling affordable housing, the water supply, transport, grid infrastructure gaps, in a way that allows communities, businesses and nature to thrive. And this is where I'd like to pay my respects to my predecessors, Anthony Brown, who worked hard to raise these issues. He supported the calls on government to tackle the water crisis, and I look forward to continuing his work supporting the campaigns for the new cancer and children's hospitals too. But I'd also like to pay tribute to his predecessor, h-Eileanan, who is still remembered fondly by many residents. Sadly, Heidi stood down from politics as a result of the abuse that many MPs, mainly female women, face. In her words, of course public scrutiny is to be expected, but lines are too often regularly crossed, and the effect is utterly dehumanising. Heidi had become an MP to stand up for the vulnerable and for those who have no voice. Now more than ever, I want to continue their work, helping ensure there's a positive and inclusive vision for all in South Cambridgeshire, where no one is left behind. It's distressing that 15% of children in my constituency are living in poverty, with increasing numbers dependent on food banks and free school meals, isolated in villages with no public transport. And this inclusive vision must include our unique and precious chalk streams that connect us, our blue veins, the silvery threads weaving together our villages, the Granta twinkling through Stapleford, Linton and Balsham, the River Shep starting in Foulmere Nature Reserve, flowing through Shepworth and Barrington villages, the River Ree through Haslingfield and Harston, the Mel that rises in Melbourne and flows through Meldreth, the Fulbourn and Wilbraham chalk streams. Residents are rightly outraged at the dumping of raw sewage in these streams and rivers, and I urge the government to get tougher with the water companies, and I will champion, together with them, to breathe new life into the Chalk Streams Protections Bill, please. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've worked professionally for many years with governments around the world to integrate climate and nature into growth plans, mediating agreements where benefits can flow to local communities. What motivates me most is how young people see their future. A recent study on young people found that too many had climate anxiety. Their most used words were fear, anger, frustration, and worry. And there were two main reasons why they felt this way. One, they didn't think that decision makers listened to them. Two, that decision makers didn't care or take the right decisions for their future. I've met many young people in South Cambridgeshire who feel this way, and they want action on the twin climate and nature emergencies. I speak to them now, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want what we do in this chamber to restore your faith, give you agency, so that together we can be the change that we want. Thank you.
Sir Mark Hendrick.
Madam Deputy Speaker, congratulations on your elevation. Today, we stand on the brink of a new era for our country with the recent announcement of a historic partnership between Great British Energy and the Crown Estate. This will usher in billions of pounds in investment for clean power. This landmark collaboration will be a defining moment in this new government's mission to make Britain a clean energy superpower, highlighted by the introduction of the Great British Energy Bill to this House. I share the concern of many in this chamber that for too long families and businesses had to endure sky-high energy bills, and this was due to the mismanagement and exposure to volatile international markets. Great British Energy will be owned by British people and be fortified with £8.3 billion of new investment. It is positioned to drive clean energy deployment across the United Kingdom. This will promote job creation, energy independence and economic revitalisation. The formation of Great British Energy signifies a definitive break from the past, steering us towards our ambitious goal of clean power by 2030. The Crown Estate, with its extensive £16 billion portfolio and newly enhanced investment capabilities, will synergise with Great British Energy's strategic oversight. This will enable up to £60 billion in private investments and ensure that the benefits of our homegrown, secure energy will be felt across our nation, from urban areas to rural communities. It is essential that we collaborate with the private sector, allowing us to amplify our renewable energy capacity, double onshore wind, triple solar power and quadruple offshore wind by 2030. This broad-based investment in renewable energy represents an investment in our future energy security and independence. This ambitious plan will not only produce cheaper power for our constituents, but will also ensure that profits are reinvested back into our communities. The creation of Great British Energy marks a critical step towards generating clean energy, cutting energy bills and delivering good jobs, particularly at a time when our constituents are grappling with the consequences of previous government failures which led to an energy insecurity crisis. In the last Parliament, I served on the Energy Security and Net Zero Committee in this House since its formation. I strongly believe that by accelerating our investment in energy infrastructure, this is absolutely critical, and initiatives like the Green Prosperity Plan will create hundreds of thousands of new jobs in clean industries by 2030. And this plan, I believe, is vital to securing British leadership in the global clean energy transition. Great British Energy, as the Minister said earlier, and I'm sure he's very proud of it, will be headquartered in Scotland, ensuring that every corner of our United Kingdom plays a critical role in this green revolution. Alongside the lifting of the onshore wind ban, approval of significant solar power projects and the establishment of emission control headed by Chris Stark, yesterday's announcements underscore our government's commitment to securing Britain's energy future. Furthermore, this government's plan to impose a windfall tax on the record oil and gas company profits will serve as a financial leveller. It will redistribute excess profits and ease the public burden. The transition to renewable energy must be meticulously planned and executed. In this context, the burning of woody biomass for electricity presents substantial risks to our clean energy future. The government needs to reconsider subsidies for large biomass generators such as Drax and Lineworth power stations that, under current subsidy arrangements, could significantly undermine our carbon reduction goals. Investigations have revealed that Drax, the UK's largest emitter of carbon, has been involved in practices that are environmentally unsustainable and counterproductive to our objectives. Extending these subsidies could result in an increase in carbon emissions and burdening bill payers with higher costs. The government must heed the advice of independent bodies like the Climate Change Committee and the National Audit Office by ensuring that any future subsidies are conditional on sustainable practices. This will promote the use of local waste biomass over imported material. Furthermore, an equitable transition away from North Sea oil and gas remains crucial. Despite 50 years of drilling, these resources are depleting and cannot meet UK demand. Increased domestic oil and gas production would not alleviate high energy bills or enhance energy security, as global market forces determine those prices. By ending new oil and gas licences and speeding up the adoption of renewable energy, we solidify our position as a world leader in climate action.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I add my congratulations to you on your new role. It's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Preston, and I equally congratulate all those who have made their maiden speeches in this debate, particularly joining with the Honourable Lady for East Thanet in paying tribute to Craig McKinley, who was a superb member of this House, and as he makes his transition from the bionic MP to the bionic peer, I think I speak for the whole House in wishing him well. On the subject matter of today, I want to be really clear from the outset that we absolutely have to decarbonise, we absolutely have to defossilise. The challenge laid down to our great innovators and scientific minds is enormous, and those great minds are rising to the challenge, from electricity generation to the fuels of the future. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's also why I am so frustrated at an approach to cleaner energy and cleaner fuel from government that just always seems to favour the first, but not necessarily best or most sustainable solutions for the future. So let me start with the controversial topic of solar. Since I was first elected in 2019, the threat of large-scale solar developments has caused significant concern for many of my constituents. Across my constituency and the parts of my former constituency now represented by others, field after field and farm after farm have already been blanketed by solar panels to the detriment of the surrounding community, food security, nature and landscape. Food security is national security. Yet before any of us who were elected on the 4th of July had even sworn in, the new Energy Secretary had signed off 6,000 acres of solar installation, later admitting in his statement a week after that a land use strategy was yet to come. We simply cannot have this language of community consent when the decisions that are then taken walk all over the views of those communities so badly affected. Smaller, standalone solar is less impactful, quicker and easier to install, does not risk damaging the local infrastructure, and provides an additional reliable source of income for many struggling farmers. But it's not just the panels which consume vast amount of our countryside. The infrastructure needed to carry the electricity generated through the grid swallows up yet more. It is no coincidence that adjacent to the proposed Rosefield site in my constituency, a battery storage facility is being put forward as well, and then the ultimate manifestation of the tail wagging the dog, National Grid have come along and proposed another huge land take to essentially rebuild the East Claydon substation next door. So let that be a warning to any community where solar is coming. It does not end with the panels. Solar has its place, but that is on our rooftops and not our fields. The wonderful charity CPRE has had research that found that there is a potential for 117 gigawatts of renewable energy to be generated from rooftops and other existing developed spaces in England. We should be prioritising that and not losing our agricultural land. My solution has always been to propose nuclear as the option, to look at small modular reactors. It is a statistic I've given in this House before, but I will give it again. You need around 2,000 acres of solar panels to generate enough electricity on current usage before everybody's got 2 Teslas on the drive for 50,000 homes. By contrast, just 2 football pitches are required for a small modular reactor that will power, on current usage again, 1 million homes. I fail to see how anyone can look at those 2 competing land uses and choose solar over the small modular reactor. It is simply not a good use of land to turn our farms into solar. But to move on to another clean energy that I'm particularly passionate about, Madam Deputy Speaker, away from electricity generation to the future of fuel. The United Kingdom is already an international powerhouse in the field of synthetic and sustainable fuel, with companies like Zero Petroleum innovating right here, and international companies like P1 Fuels making huge investments in bringing manufacturing of fossil-free fuel to the United Kingdom. There's a straightforward fact. There are 1.4 billion internal combustion engine vehicles on the road worldwide. That's before you start counting agricultural and construction vehicles, planes and ships and so on. They're simply not all going to convert to electric, as some argue that they should. Green hydrogen, mixed with atmospheric carbon capture, makes a wholly man-made liquid hydrocarbon that just works in everything we already have. Over a century's refinement on those engines, and this clean fuel will just work in it.
On this point of synthetic fuels, isn't it also the case that for several types of vehicle, for example, incredibly heavy vehicles or ones who have to travel incredibly long distances, actually there is no battery option? Actually, the synthetic fuel as an alternative is exactly the way we need to go.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for that intervention. He is absolutely right. Certainly for the heavier application vehicles, batteries just wouldn't work. I saw a diagram at one of these companies that shows if you were to try and make a 747 fly on batteries, the batteries would be bigger than the plane. Therefore, it is not a viable option to go forward. These synthetic fuels, entirely man-made, there is no need to grow food to burn, or recycle old chip fat, or the raw earth mineral mining for batteries, just clean synthetics. And so my ask to the government in this debate, as they look to a clean energy future, and that is the right ambition, where we disagree is how you get there, is to truly embrace and to make mainstream synthetic fuels. They need to be scaled, and in order to be scaled, the manufacturers need the confidence that the government will indeed permit it. And the important point there to finish on is that the carbon at tailpipe, when these fuels are burned, is the same volume that is then recaptured to make the next lot of fuel. They are net zero. It is one volume of carbon in a perpetual circle. So my ask to the Minister today, who I congratulate on his appointment, is to take the message back to the department that we need to embrace these synthetic fuels for part of that clean energy revolution that he claims at that dispatch box to want to see.
I now call Torcuil Crichton to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulations to you on your appointment. It's an honour to follow the member for Mid-Buckinghamshire and to hear so many other maiden speeches today that make faraway places like East Thanet and Lowestoft, which in fact we have old herring connections with from my constituency, seem like places that are closer to us. And also to hear so many maiden speeches this week from my fellow 35 new Scottish Labour MPs. I realise that's a number that somewhat brackets the honourable member for Rutherglen and Hamilton West, who blazed a trail for us, and I'm delighted to see him on the front bench, just as I am delighted to see my honourable friend for Inverclyde and Renfrewshire West bar the doors so that everyone has to hear what I am about to inflict upon them. And to begin, Madam Deputy Speaker, and with your indulgence and my translation, Marurum gaisen a hannig room agus iatsan hik namye hamitokal magu a shaw son moincher ni Helens N. In honour of those who came before me and those who will surely use my native language after me, I raise my voice today for the people of the Western Isles. And the commonest question I am asked in this House, apart from how to pronounce the name of the constituency, is how I managed to travel from the Western Isles to Westminster. And of course, the easy answer is by TARDIS. But the honest answer is that we are a mere hop and a skip from here to Glasgow, and then by, on schedule, hopefully, a small jet to Stornoway. And as you board that small tubular jet, you feel like a character in Succession almost, you know? But you know there is gold at the end of the flight. And of course, we are connected. We are not in the middle of nowhere. We are in the heart of the Atlantic. We have the wealth of wind that will deliver the benefits of jobs, growth and energy security for this country in years to come. These Atlantic islands and that western seaboard are what will give GB Energy meaning and reality. And in that transition from east to west, away from the North Sea, and away from this myth that we will not be there for another 2 generations. 2 generations of my constituents have earned energy security for this country from the North Sea, and 2 generations more will as well as we make that just transition to renewables. And that will be done with the heft of 2 governments. Our government, the UK government here, and the Scottish government as well. It will require the muscle and the investment and the expertise of commercial developers, but vitally it must involve the consent of communities, the involvement of communities, and the power of communities. Just as the last Labour government of '97 established from the Scotland Office, the pre-devolutionary Scotland Office, established a community land unit to enable communities to have the means and the wherewithal to take over their own land and set in chain a revolution in land reform that has taken place in the Highlands and Islands. I'm encouraged that this Labour government is open to ideas like a community energy unit to enable communities like mine to take their stake in that wealth of wind and create a template that could be used across the whole of Britain. And these are themes, and that is an issue, as well as the unfinished business of land reform itself. When you read today of a Highland estate on sale for £12 million with carbon capture and the Ponzo scheme of peat restoration attached, you know that is unfinished business. These are themes to which I will return to. But of course, wild weather and radical land politics are not the only thing the Western Isles has to offer the United Kingdom. There are deep connections to the country and to this place itself. The tide that rises and falls outside in the Thames and is marked by Mary Branson's New Dawn high up there on St Stephen's Hall is the same tide that covers and uncovers h-Eileanan, a tidal installation I installed along with my good friend Malcolm MacLean in the harbour in Stornoway to mark a wartime tragedy on the ship of that name. And that same tide that sweeps into the Viking Bay of Stornoway also laps in on Tarbert in Harris, Loch Maddie, North Uist, Loch Boysdale, and Barra and Castle Bay in Barra. An archipelago, a Hebridean archipelago of 9 or is it 10 islands that guard our western approaches, and were they to be transposed onto a map of mainland Britain, would run from London to Sheffield in length, with better scenery, of course. And that is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm reluctant to enter this traditional rivalry between maiden speakers to declare their constituency the most beautiful in the country. Madam Deputy Speaker, when they come, they will see there is no competition. I don't intend to give you a Cook's tour of my constituency, but there in Barra, the jewel of the Hebrides, is where Angus MacNeill, the former MP for Helens N, resides. Fíor Gael, a true Gael, a generously spirited man, whose chairmanship of many committees in this House was testimony not just to his political acumen, but the way he was able to befriend people across the chamber. And that is one characteristic of my predecessor I hope to emulate. As I said, I won't take you round the whole of the Western Isles, time is short, but there are some other political monuments which deserve mention. I have no fewer than 4 former Labour MPs in my constituency on which to lean for advice. Dame Anne Maguire, the Queen of Stirling, Ian Davidson, the former chair of the Scottish Affairs Committee, still campaigning for Labour, Colin MacDonald, the former Labour MP for the Western Isles, and now a community wind farm expert, and foremost amongst them Brian Wilson, a former Energy Minister, whose counsel I commend to the front bench, and who has been a guiding light for me since he hired me at the West Highland Free Press as a journalist many, many years ago. And in passing, I cannot but make reference and pay tribute to those above us. I don't mean the angels, I mean the devils in the press gallery, among whom I danced for many years as a journalist for the Daily Record and the Glasgow Herald, and as a freelance broadcaster for the BBC. Of course, it's Friday and it's nearly lunchtime, so they are not there. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I was in the lobby, it was always nearly Friday and always nearly lunchtime. And in a double deal, in a double transfer deal that performed that rare feat of uniting the Westminster lobby and Downing Street, I'm joined on these green benches. I'm joined in these green benches by the new member for Rochdale, who was my lobby roommate upstairs and will join me here now. Madam Deputy Speaker, on the old maps, my constituency might have been marked "Here be dragons." The member for Rochdale, he slayed one to get here. And as I said, I will not detain the House with descriptions of whisky, salmon, scallops to Singapore in 24 hours, Harris Tweed or beautiful bays, but I would remind the Minister that the people of the Western Isles have the tenacity, the wherewithal and the resourcefulness embodied in the Arnish Yard in Stornoway to act as a stepping stone to that journey to renewables and to clean energy. It's been a long road for me, Madam Deputy Speaker, from there to here, and many people have helped, and since I've arrived I've had very many messages of support and prayers and passages too, and coming from one of the most religiously observant parts of Britain, that comes as no surprise. One passage stayed with me from an old friend, and to save Hansard, who are probably struggling with the accent, never mind the translation, I will do the translation for them. My friend said, and she was not referring to you when she said you, Madam Deputy Speaker, she said, "May your conversation always be gracious, seasoned with salt, so that you may know how you ought to deal with anyone. Be the honig grash for blast the lesalving, seasoned with salt." Madam Deputy Speaker, I like that. I hope all our exchanges in this House are gracious and seasoned with the salt air of the Atlantic and our common future, because we are all of us in this chamber and in this kingdom. We are all islanders. Thank you.
Now call Adrian Ramsay to make his maiden speech.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulations on your new role. And I'm honoured to be able to follow other members who've made their maiden speeches today, including the Honourable Member for Lowestoft, who's a constituency neighbour of mine and who I look forward to working with, and also to the previous speaker, the Honourable Member from the Western Isles, whose speech I very much enjoyed, particularly his closing remarks about us delivering our speeches with some salt to show gracious approach to how we engage with each other in this House. And I think many honourable members, particularly new members, have talked about the opportunity to set a new tone in this Parliament, in our politics, of working constructively, showing a respectful approach to how we work together. And I thank the honourable member for setting that out. So I'm grateful for this opportunity to make my maiden speech as a new MP, one of a group of newly elected Green MPs, and as a new MP for a brand new constituency, the beautiful constituency of Waveney Valley on the Norfolk-Suffolk border. Now, as a new and additional seat, I don't have a direct predecessor to pay tribute to, but I would very briefly thank all 5 of the previous MPs from whom I take parts of their seats for their work in representing the residents for whom I now have the honour to represent. So I would thank Richard Bacon, Dan Poulter, Joe Churchill, Peter Aldous and Therese Coffey for their work as MPs. And I'm proud to be here today to represent Waveney Valley. As I say, it's been created as a new seat, an additional seat in the east of England, and as a native East Anglian, it's an honour to be able to represent such a wonderful constituency spanning such beautiful parts of Norfolk and Suffolk. And so I hope other honourable members who are no doubt equally proud of their constituencies will indulge me for a few moments as I try to give you a sense of what it means to me. From its vibrant market towns with lots of independent businesses on the high streets to the beautiful natural environment of East Anglia, with the Waveney and several other rivers running through it, Waveney Valley is a fine example of picturesque and historic East Anglia. The ancient market town of Diss is mentioned in the Domesday Book. Bungay has a Norman castle. The towns of Eye and Halesworth date back to Roman times and Harleston to the medieval period. Now, creating a constituency that spans the county border of Norfolk and Suffolk was considered controversial by some. But personally, I think it's an exciting opportunity to embrace cross-county working, and much of the constituency reflects a natural community around the Waveney. That said, there is one contentious question that some people put to me, which is, which football team do I support? Well, I'm proud to be a lifelong Norwich City fan. But in football, as in politics, I'm not tribal, and I warmly congratulated Ipswich Town on their recent promotion to the Premier League for the first time since 2002. And it's a great thing for East Anglia, and I very much look forward this time next year to celebrating having 2 Premier League men's football teams in East Anglia. Now, what really makes the Waveney Valley special is its people. People who care about their community, who, like me, have a strong sense of local identity and who demonstrate great ingenuity and care for their communities. And there's many examples I could quote of that ingenuity, whether it's from farming, from the third sector, or from local businesses. But to give just one example, the indoor marketplace in Diss opened last year in a former department store. A community initiative giving local traders affordable small spaces to sell their crafts and goods in a shared space. A lovely boost for the local economy in a building that would otherwise have sat empty. What a great example of regenerating the high street. People in Waveney Valley are rightly proud of our market towns and villages, but they also feel let down by the loss of local services and the degradation of our environment in recent years and decades, which has particularly affected our rural communities. As has been noted this week, we have the Sahara of dental deserts. One of my constituents told me that they travel a 4-hour round trip to access a dentist. Over a quarter of residents that I surveyed over the winter said they're going without dental treatment. And as we heard earlier from the Honourable Member from Lowestoft, I've also had examples in Suffolk of people telling me they've resorted to pulling out their own teeth. This cannot go on. And I welcome the new government's commitment to reforming the dental contract, which is at the root cause of this issue and the exodus of dentists from the NHS, and I hope to hear a timetable for that plan as soon as possible. We've also seen a decline in other health services in my rural constituency. People find it hard to get access to a GP appointment in many areas. We've had local hospitals close in market towns. And we also have rural isolation with so many bus services axed or cut back, particularly in villages. At the same time, we have the scandal of sewage in our rivers, which the Honourable Member for South Cambridgeshire spoke about so eloquently, and I know so many members around this House feel extremely strongly about. People are horrified by this threat to people's health and to wildlife, and they rightly see it as a sign of wider environmental neglect. And I very much hope the restoration of nature and the tackling of the sewage scandal are made top priorities from this government. So whether it's the growing use of food banks, whether it's people suffering from flooding or the decline in our services, I want to see real action that genuinely accounts for the needs of our rural communities. And because of that anger about the loss of local services, the decline in our environment, people in my area were determined to vote for a change at this election. They're used to having Green councillors standing up to represent them as residents, and they voted for an MP to stand up for their area. And I will press for the restoration of local services and for the defending of the local environment. And it's my intention to serve the people of Waveney Valley by seeking to bring people and places together. I will work across political and constituency lines to get things done, scrutinise and constructively challenge the government, and work to improve the lives of my constituents. As many other honourable members have said, we have an opportunity with this new Parliament to put our politics on a more mature and civilised footing and move beyond tribal approaches. And I'm confident that that's what the public expects of us. I've had thousands of conversations with local residents over the last few years, and I know that they want an active and visible local MP. And I'm determined to fulfil that role, to be Waveney Valley's voice in Westminster and not Westminster's voice in Waveney Valley. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to set out how I'm approaching an issue in East Anglia which has attracted a lot of interest from some right honourable members and from the media. I've been a climate campaigner for 25 years. That's been my primary passion since I was a teenager. And making a difference on climate and the environment has guided everything that I've done in my career, including spending the last decade leading national charities whose purpose is to support the renewable energy sector. So I'm the first to argue that we need to scale up all types of renewable energy, and there's much in the Minister's statement today to welcome. So if we are to scale up renewable energy at the pace required to tackle the climate emergency, we do need to take communities with us and make infrastructure decisions that are right for the long term. So what I've called for in relation to the infrastructure proposals that are currently on the table for East Anglia is a proper options assessment of the different ways in which the energy generated by new wind farms in East Anglia is connected to the grid. And I've heard two different honourable members today from two different political parties to my own refer to the fact that there are different ways in which you can connect that renewable energy to the grid, and simply calling for an options assessment I think is a very reasonable approach. And I'm also calling on the government and the planning process to account for the points raised by wildlife trusts, by local councils and communities about the impacts of the current infrastructure proposals. Now, the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero has set out that there's a planning process to be followed here, which the government should not prejudge. And the Prime Minister has said that he wants to reset the tone on the political debate, something I very much welcome. So in that spirit, I'd ask that we move beyond some of the comments that have been made in this chamber to date on the particular infrastructure proposal that I refer to, and that the government commits to working with communities to ensure that infrastructure decisions are made in a way that properly accounts for the issues raised by wildlife organisations and local communities, and genuinely looks at the options that different members are highlighting. And if a version of the current proposal does go ahead, the mitigations that are proposed by organisations like Mid-Suffolk and Baber District Councils and by the wildlife trusts are properly taken on board, and full compensation is put in place that accounts for the impact on farmers' livelihoods and others who are affected. On the wider subject of today's debate, I welcome the creation of Great British Energy and much of what the Minister shared in terms of scaling up renewable energy. What I'd politely point out, though, is that to get to net zero, we have to move away from fossil fuels as well as increasing renewable energy. So to that end, I would ask the government to place a strong emphasis on energy efficiency measures, and I note the Minister did refer earlier to home insulation, but what I've heard so far would only scratch the surface of what we need to do for a set of measures on home insulation that could keep people's bills down and keep people's homes warm. I'd also urge the government to reconsider the Rosebank oil field, which will emit a level of carbon emissions equivalent to 28 low-income countries, and to ensure that carbon capture and storage projects can never be allowed to be an excuse for millions of tonnes of carbon pollution. I also make two other points on climate. Firstly, that with a significant amount of changes in the climate already happening around us or already locked in as a result of emissions to date, far more public policy attention needs to be given to how we adapt to a changing climate, as well as mitigating against the worst excesses of climate breakdown. And we need to look at those things together, and I look forward to returning to this issue further on another date. And secondly, that the decline in nature must be seen as an equal and twin problem, and I stand ready to work across this House to shift the UK from being one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world to getting on track to meet environmental targets, including on nature recovery. In concluding, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's an honour to be here to represent the people of Waveney Valley. I've set out my guiding principles as a member in this House to stand up for our rural communities, for restoration of public services, for the most vulnerable in our society, and to press for the urgent action needed on the twin climate and nature emergencies. I will play a constructive role in this House, support the government and work with other parties where I agree, and press the government to be bolder on restoring nature, responding to the climate emergency, and rebuilding our public services. And I will always speak up for the people of Waveney Valley. Thank you.
Dr. Zubair Ahmed to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I start by congratulating you on your successful election. And can I congratulate honourable members on discharging their responsibilities and delivering their maiden speeches, particularly my honourable friend for h-Eileanan. I'm sure he'll correct my pronunciation later and give me some robust feedback.
Nice try.
I also welcome to the front bench the Honourable Member for Rutherglen in his capacity as Energy Minister. It is timely that I undertake my maiden speech on a day we discuss how Scotland might shape the energy needs of these islands for many decades to come. I would like to start by paying tribute and expressing my thanks to my predecessor, Chris Stevens, for his dedicated service to our community over the last 9 years. His commitment to social justice and workers' rights was inspirational and will leave a lasting impact. I'm particularly thankful to him for his advice and counsel during the handover process that is currently taking place. Glasgow South West is in fact a synthesis of many different communities, each with recurring contributions to the 850-year-old second city of Empire. If you'll allow me, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will now take you through a short synopsis of the place where I live, work and play. We start in Darnley, Deacon's Bank and Pollock, much of it occupying the old Pollock estate, the laird of whom was a member of this place, Sir John Stirling Maxwell, and who founded the National Trust in 1931. In more recent times, these areas have demonstrated the transformative possibilities of the cooperative spirit through the Rosehill Housing Cooperative and the Pollock Credit Union. Moving north, the ruins of Crookston Castle come into view. Built by the Stuarts of Darnley in the 1400s, it is the only medieval castle standing in Glasgow and possibly where Mary Queen of Scots may have been betrothed to Lord Darnley. It remains an underutilised community asset, but I commend my friends of Crookston Castle for their efforts in bringing this space back into the service of the people of Glasgow. A short distance from here, we have the wonderful communities of Moss Park, Dumbreck and Cardonald, nestled between the great expanse of Bellahouston Park, which has played host to numerous music concerts, papal visits and the World Empire exhibition of 1938. As we head further north, we come to Ibrox, synonymous with Rangers Football Club. Now, I must stress, Madam Deputy Speaker, other Glasgow football clubs are also available. And my honourable friends, the members for Glasgow North and Glasgow East, can take you for a tour around them. Govan is also the birthplace of Sir Alex Ferguson, a footballing legend, but also someone who is a friend to members on these benches and has given often wise counsel to my party. It is also the location of the Queen Elizabeth University Hospital, formerly known as the Southern General, one of Britain's largest hospitals and the place where I honed my skills in surgery and practice as a transplant surgeon. My research leads me to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I am the first transplant surgeon to be elected to this place. Yeah. Govan's shipyard history is, of course, world famous, and the Fairfield Heritage and Govan Workspace trusts have brought this to life. But more importantly, it continues to serve the defence of our realm even in the modern day and be part of Glasgow South West's story. With BAE Systems and Tallies, alongside fintech and medtech companies such as Barclays and Cohesion Medical, as well as award-winning TV and film companies such as Firecrest Films, we can see the kind of high-quality jobs that are available in the future to local people. And these are the kind of jobs that I want to grow as part of this Labour government. As we head towards the edge of the constituency, we find the BBC Scotland headquarters. The BBC has an important function in the fabric of our national life, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yeah. Not only to inform, to educate and to entertain, but also as a beacon of our soft power on the world stage, something I wholeheartedly support. Yeah. But just as national broadcasting is important, so is the local, and nothing encapsulates this better in Glasgow South West than sunny Govan radio station. They provide an eclectic mix of music, but also, more importantly, sobering stories and a source of comfort to some of the challenges in our community. We end our journey of Glasgow South West in Pollokshields, an area my honourable friend, the member for Brent North, knows well. West. A true melting pot of cultures and ideas, and the place where my father's own one-month road journey from Pakistan ended in April 1963. He would go on from there to drive buses in the city, and then black cabs. And he is in his 80s, and he still does. But in this undergrowth of this rich history and potential, there are some worrying signals. There is the weariness of working ever faster and longer just to stay still. The anxiety of wondering how secure that work is, and the trepidation at the end of the day of work that you may not be able to pay for the essentials and even for the odd treats that make life so worthwhile. It is against this backdrop that we on these benches were sent to this place to make the economy work for working people. And to restore the intergenerational covenant that the lives of those generations after us will be better in every sense than our own. Politics, for me, Madam Deputy Speaker, isn't therefore about the indulgent combative tweet or even the theatrical amendment. It is about seeing the world through the long lens, to have the stamina for the diligent analysis, the patience to articulate policy, and then, when in power, the discipline to deliver the enduring change. Yeah. That has always been the Labour way. Every member elected to this place recognises it for the singular honour that it truly is. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it also takes a village to be elected to this place. That includes, of course, the tireless staff and activists who are in many ways the DNA of our democracy. But there are also, for all of us, those who shaped our lives and now shape our politics. When I reflect back, I of course think of my parents and my extended family, who from the cradle of a Govan Hill tenement instilled in me the raw ingredients to do my utmost in every walk of life. My teachers, my mentors, who moulded those ingredients into the art and craft of a widely practiced surgical career. And my wife and children, who keep me connected to the earth and in contact with reality, particularly when it is much needed. But out of them all, I think of my maternal aunt, Matloob Muhammad, and she stands out. She had no children of her own and considered us her children. She was taken, like too many in our Labour family, and also my father-in-law Tony, by glioblastoma in 1997. Her patient journey through our NHS inspired me to become a doctor and then a surgeon. But it was also her that in many ways inspired my political journey. She quite inadvertently, for the first time, introduced me to this place 29 years ago when we found ourselves, after queuing inside the Strangers' Gallery, watching a combative leader of the opposition by the name of Blair taking on the then Prime Minister. If she were here today, in that gallery, she could not have failed to notice the changes in the makeup of this Parliament, reflecting back up at her over those last 29 years. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have, of course, our challenges in modern Britain, but I believe it is important to be unashamedly proud of the fact that we are demonstrably the most successfully diverse ethno-religious legislature in the world. Yeah. In these volatile times, I believe the world looks to us in this place, the mother of parliaments, for guidance and for solace that democracy can still deliver. And I am confident it will. Thank you.
Yeah. I now call Sarah Bull to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I congratulate you on your election to the chair. And let me begin by commending the maiden speech of the member for Glasgow South-West. It was a very passionate speech, and I'm very touched. South Northamptonshire, one of the few constituencies to have two geographical features in its name, comprises the majority of the seat held by Dame Andrea Leadsom, parts of the former Daventry constituency, previously held by Chris Heaton-Harris, and parts of the Wellingborough constituency, recently held by the member for Wellingborough and Rushden. So, in true tradition, I must start by paying tribute to my immediate predecessor, Dame Andrea Leadsom. A powerhouse and tour de force, not only in industry, but also in Parliament, serving the people of South Northamptonshire for 14 years, whilst being City Minister, Leader of the House, Secretary of State for both DEFRA and BAYS, and lastly, the Minister for Public Health, Primary Care and Start for Life. As the Leader of the House, she spearheaded the creation of the Independent Complaints and Grievance Scheme, which has helped many members and staff across the House. Andrea is wonderfully compassionate and has been an incredible mentor to me since my selection to stand. A strong advocate for early years, as the Minister for Start for Life, she opened family hubs in 75 local authority areas, and her determination to open the first family hub in South Northamptonshire will help to support so many local families to give their child the best start for life. I know she is determined to continue this work in the years to come, and she has my full support in her endeavours. Although the member for Daventry may have the opportunity to speak to the legacy of Chris Heaton-Harris, I cannot let the opportunity pass without paying tribute to Chris as such a dedicated statesman. From his 10 years in the European Parliament, then being member of Daventry for 14 years, including being Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, a crucial and important role. All this while still finding the time to be an active, qualified football referee, officiating the game at different levels for over 42 years. Chris supported me during my campaign, and you saw the warmth on the doorsteps and how highly regarded he was by his constituents, a role model to follow. Now, in both the maiden speeches of the former members for Daventry and South Northamptonshire, they also paid tribute to their predecessor, the now Lord Boswell of Aynho, who represented South Northamptonshire for 23 years, and whom I also had the pleasure of meeting during my campaign. Now, they both noted that he was described in the Daily Telegraph as a saint. During my hustings, one of my opponents, noting my apparent road to Damascus conversion from commercial property lawyer to campaigner against inappropriate developments, dubbed me St. Sarah on the road to Silverstone. Whilst I'm not expecting a call from the Pope anytime soon, as a jibe, I quite like that one. South Northamptonshire is a constituency with a rich history, from Beaujett to Brackley, both mentioned in the Domesday Book, and from Harpole to Deanshanger. The latter being the location of one of the 703 miracles Thomas Becket performed, which led to his canonisation. We seem to be truly blessed. We also have Lactodorum, or Toaster, as it is now known, in the centre of the constituency, and the Saracen's Head public house is mentioned in Charles Dickens' Pickwick Papers. We even have Sulgrave Manor, the ancestral home of the family of George Washington, the first President of the United States of America. Although, having grown up in Rutland, I have to remember that it is pronounced the River Nen, not Neen, as I was frequently quizzed on the campaign trail. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, in recent weeks, I've suddenly become very popular with many members. And whilst I would love to think that was because of my very friendly nature, it just turns out many have realised I have the world-famous Silverstone in my and they would love to address their need for speed. I'm incredibly proud to be able to represent the home of the Grand Prix, and this year to witness the victory of our British talent, Lewis Hamilton. Safe to say, as King George VI has been the only reigning monarch to attend a British motor race, I would love to extend the invitation to His Majesty the King. Now, I chose this clean energy debate for my maiden speech because it is an important issue which will have a big impact upon my constituents. Whilst there is no doubt that we need to look at renewable energy sources and diverse ones in the future for our energy security, destroying thousands of acres of prime agricultural land cannot be the solution to this ongoing question. In our area, we've already seen the solar farm application made at Greatworth, and now the Green Hill Solar Farm, proposed for near Glindon and surrounding villages in my constituency, would take over 2,000 acres of productive farmland and convert that to solar panels and associated battery storage. The government has so quickly, in a matter of days, signed off on proposals for over 6,000 acres of solar farms already. And that is a great concern to me for the precedent that this will set. Schemes like this will jeopardise our food security and scar our beautiful countryside where there are other sensible solutions. We should be looking to industrial rooftops and transport corridors as a minimum. The Minister talks to community benefit, but there is no engagement with the community who have to live alongside and with these panels. Marry in haste, repent at leisure. Now, in disagreeing with the government's approach to this matter, it does lead me to mention one of my key priorities for my time in this place. I firmly believe that in all our debates, we can disagree agreeably. And this was a message I advocated during my election campaign. Discussions nowadays are too polarised, too black and white, and far too hostile. We need robust debate and discussion, and to take the heat away from difficult issues so that we can reach the best resolution. I want to ensure we adopt a fair and balanced approach, seeing both sides of the issue, but then settling on that which resonates most, and that is always my promise. I also want to be a champion for those with hidden disabilities, such as diabetes. Having myself been given the shock diagnosis of late-onset type 1 diabetes just 3 years ago, I understand the difficulties of adapting to life with a hidden condition. Technology has enhanced our quality of life, but access to that technology is still difficult, and I want to help in whatever ways I can to champion this cause, as Lady Theresa May has over the years. One upside is that I always will be carrying some form of sweets for a low blood sugar, so you know where to come if you need. As I conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to take a moment to note my inspiration for entering politics, and that is my father, Kenneth, who is now an honorary alderman of Rutland for his 20 years of service and his dedication to helping his community. And that dedication extends to my family too, in marriage to my beautiful mother, Maria, as they celebrated 51 years together in May. Their love and dedication to each other is a model to follow, and I am privileged to have them as my parents. I would also not be here in this chamber without the support of my siblings, my sister Lorraine, her husband Richard, and children Joshua, Dominic, Jonty and Olivia, and my brother Matthew and his wife Barbara. Thank you beyond words. When my parents first brought me to visit Parliament, aged about 10 years old, I could only have dreamt that I would be standing here addressing this House and indeed them in the gallery. Your dreams really can come true. The honour to stand here today is and always will be mine. Thank you to the people of South Northamptonshire for placing their trust in me and allowing me to champion their causes. I am here to serve them regardless of political persuasion. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
We now call Alan Gemmell to make his maiden speech.
For the opportunity to make my maiden speech in this debate on energy policy, a subject of great importance to my constituents and people right across the UK. And might I congratulate you, Madam Deputy Speaker, on your recent election. I'd like to pay tribute to other honourable members who have taken an early opportunity to give their speeches, including the honourable member for South Northamptonshire, the first time I have followed someone on the road to canonisation. I'd also like to thank my honourable friends from Scotland who are speaking today, including my honourable friend for Glasgow West, and take this opportunity to join my honourable friend from h-Eileanan and Wera and say how good it is to hear so many Scottish voices on this side of the House. Yeah. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, said this government will be one of service, and it's an honour to speak in the House as the member for Central Ayrshire, the place where I was born, raised and live. It's a privilege to be in Parliament and in government, and to be here in service of the community where I grew up. I'd like to pay tribute to my predecessor, Madam Deputy Speaker. Dr. Philippa Whitford was a popular and assiduous local MP whose public service included a much celebrated career as a consultant breast cancer surgeon. I would also like to pay tribute, Madam Deputy Speaker, to two previous Labour MPs, Sandra Osborne and Sir Brian Donohoe. Sandra is known as a champion of women's rights, a campaigner against poverty and for peace in the Middle East. Brian is better known to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, as the chairman of the Members' Pension Fund, and is using his voluminous knowledge to good effect. But having spoken to him at some length this weekend, I don't recommend individual consultations at this time. Madam Deputy Speaker, I might also thank my husband. The spouses and families of politicians sacrifice a lot for our careers. Damien has been at my side around the world too, and I am grateful to him for this support. Many honourable members have spoken of their constituency's beauty while inviting this House to visit. I don't feel the need to make that invitation, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I was happy to see members from this place, from the other place, and from the Scottish Parliament in Troon last weekend in the final days of the Open. They were not just there for one of the best coastlines in Scotland, great seafood, wonderful pubs and hotels. They were there to see a world-class golfing competition, which has sold 250,000 tickets and will deliver over £200 million to the local and Scottish economies. Madam Deputy Speaker, Central Ayrshire is blessed with great towns and villages, and people who are working daily for our communities. Earlier this month, I met the Friends of the Prestwick Broadway Cinema, working tirelessly to raise millions of pounds to bring a 1930s cinema in the heart of the town back to life. Their passion and commitment is inspiring. I visited the Troon lifeboat station and was told that from 1871 to today, 668 lives have been saved by its brave volunteers. In Irvine each year, the Miramis Festival, also known as Mermas, sees tens of thousands of people come to enjoy our parade, the crowning of our Queen, and teams of people trying to climb the greasy pole. If new members need help in this area, I'm happy to invite the winning team of this year's competition in the autumn. Miramis includes horse racing on Irvine Moor, at which my dad has been known to commentate. On the same moor in 1887, Keir Hardie gave his first recorded political speech, at which he emphasised the need for working-class representation in Parliament. Much of Central Ayrshire has a connection with Robert Burns, Scotland's national bard. Burns lived in Irvine for a time and co-founded the Bachelors' Club in the village of Tarbolton. Loch Lee in Craigie is one of Scotland's newest distilleries and on land that Burns himself once farmed. It will be for my honourable friends, the member for Kilmarnock and Loudon, and for Ayr, Carrick and Cumnock to tell more about the man and the myth. Madam Deputy Speaker, I might remind the House that a prominent American also made a visit to the constituency. On the 3rd of March in 1960, Sergeant Elvis Presley spent a precious 2 hours in Prestwick Airport. I think we can say the rest is history for that young man's career after some time on our precious soil. And if honourable members have been looking at me today, they may see a whole lot of shaking going on here too. Prestwick today, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a centre of the Scottish aerospace sector with big ambitions. I was delighted to welcome my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Business and Trade, to meet GE Caledonian during the election campaign to hear about the tens of millions of pounds of investment they have already secured. Nats in Prestwick, helpfully not from the opposition benches, but the UK's leading provider of air traffic control services, employs 600 highly skilled people at their centre in Prestwick. They ensure that the 2.5 million flights to and from the UK each year arrive and depart safely. But Spirit, one of the UK's largest aerospace manufacturers, announced recently that their Prestwick operations, with over 1,200 people, would be better served by a third-party owner, following an acquisition by Boeing. I have had assurances from the company that Prestwick is an integral part of their Airbus supply chain and will continue to be a key supplier to Airbus under any new owner. Aviation is critical to UK and Scottish GDP, and we should all be proud that it's an industry where the UK leads. I am so proud so much of it is in Central Ayrshire, with potential to do much, much more. Madam Deputy Speaker, I come from an ordinary working-class family in the constituency. My mum progressed from working in a factory to representing people at mental health tribunals as a lay advocate. My dad lost his job in the 80s and became a council bin man, a job he was proud of. With great teachers and support, I have had incredible opportunities, including a life-changing chance to study piano at the Junior School of the Royal Scottish Academy of Music, and latterly as the UK's Trade Commissioner in South Asia, working with brilliant British, Indian and Bangladeshi colleagues to bring some tens of thousands of jobs to the UK and billions of pounds of investment. With the Scotch Whisky Association, I helped secure a 50% reduction in tariffs on Scotch in the state of Maharashtra, but I was delighted to find out that Ardagh Glass in Irvine makes much of the glass that the Scotch whisky market exports around the world. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, on returning to my community to stand as their MP, I was shocked. Far too many people were struggling. The woman in Springside who said she'd turned off her freezer and cried every night from hunger. The man in Girdle Toll who said he'd spent much of his life savings on knee surgery rather than wait in agony. And the family in Troon who have been waiting 2 decades to access social housing and say they've given up hope. Grandparents and parents asking from where will their children's jobs come. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I blame failed policies and failed politicians for this poverty and lack of opportunity. It's why I was proud to campaign for a Labour government led by my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, to deliver jobs and bring down bills with GB Energy, increase funding to our NHS and schools, and ensure the lives of working people across our whole country improve. From sport and culture to trade and enterprise, this government will turn struggle into hope and hard work into real opportunity. And I have seen the difference that having opportunities makes. I was particularly happy today, this week, to address a group of young people from North Ayrshire who had not just been inspired by the Parliament's Education Centre, but also by the chance to stand as an MP in this place. I just hope not too many of them will do it soon. I thought representing the UK around the world was the best job I could have had, Madam Deputy Speaker. But representing the families of Central Ayrshire will be the privilege of my life.
Yeah. Harriet Cross.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I also welcome you to your position, and I congratulate the member for Central Ayrshire for his first contribution to this House. It already sounds as if you've made a huge contribution to the UK in the world, and I'm sure your constituents are looking forward to you acting for them as we go forward. I'll begin by echoing the words of my friends for Mid-Bedfordshire and South Northamptonshire on the impact on the agricultural and rural land of the government's plans to cover them with cables, pylons and other energy infrastructure. The sheer concentration of these in communities such as Newdear, Maud, Turriff and Ley Lodge in my constituency on prime agricultural land, and the apparent lack of ability for communities to engage in meaningful discussion on these is something that was no way that will bring the public along on this crucial national endeavour. I am, however, today going to focus on the key issue for my constituents and also those across North East Scotland, and that's the oil and gas sector. The jobs that we have now, the expertise that we have now, and the investment that we have now. And the jobs, expertise and investment that we will be putting at risk if the government rush towards their green energy agenda. No matter how the Honourable Gentleman may wish otherwise, we cannot and will not have a green energy revolution without the existing oil and gas sector, its skills, but crucially, its funding. The same companies that are making their money now from oil and gas developments are the key investors into our renewable energy sector and carbon capture projects. That's undeniable. We must make the UK an attractive place to invest in all energies, to attract and keep multinational companies here and for them to keep investing here into the future. There's only a very short line that has to be drawn to realise that if you dismiss, alienate and penalise the traditional oil and gas parts of energy companies, then the boards of those same companies will turn their backs on the UK for more sympathetic, attractive and opportunities for investing elsewhere. But that doesn't therefore just lose the current investment in oil and gas, it loses the potential for investment into renewable energy.
Exactly right.
Does the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero or the Minister expect that we'll have stopped using oil and gas by 2030? Of course not. So why are we banning new oil and gas licences and cutting off our own domestic energy supply? Why is the government happy to see tens of thousands of homegrown jobs put at risk? And why are they happy to increase our reliance on overseas imports of oil and gas produced at a higher carbon footprint and from more volatile markets? If there is a reason, other than simply to fulfil the narrative of being a green energy superpower, I'm still yet to find one. The UK, largely thanks to Aberdeen and the North East, has long been an energy superpower, an oil and gas superpower. And this status, built over half a century, has led to the skills, expertise, companies and workforce that the energy sector has being honed and housed in North East Scotland. Not just the subsurface and technical skills like the geologists and engineers, but crucially the experts in supply chains. These are going to be vital to the renewable energy projects of the future. Our workers in the oil and gas sector know how to deliver huge, multinational, high-budget projects, exactly the skills that are going to be needed to deliver the government's green energy revolution. But again, the government are risking losing these crucial skills by moving too fast and not planning for a jobs and skills transition alongside the energy transition. Labour idly call for the investment allowance aspect of the windfall tax a loophole and plans to remove the investment allowance and increase the tax rate to 78%. Indeed, it boasts about doing so. Yet there are estimates that these combination of measures, no new licences and changes to the windfall tax, will cost £20 billion in tax revenues and risk up to 100,000 direct and indirect jobs. Last year, the leader of the GMB union said that Labour's plans to end new oil and gas licences are self-defeating. I agree.
Will the Honourable Lady give way?
Absolutely.
Will the Honourable Lady also agree with me that while windfall taxes can be put on oil and gas which is extracted in the UK, in the future we won't be able to search for get these revenues for decades to come if we don't have oil and gas exploration in the North Sea. Instead, what we'll see is windfall taxes going to foreign governments right across the world, but none coming here. Does she agree with me on that basis that it makes absolutely no sense at all, whether for jobs in Scotland or the UK Exchequer, to not have oil and gas in the North Sea?
I absolutely agree, and it's so important for all those aspects, whether it's jobs, whether it's tax revenues in the future, that we retain our domestic supply of oil and gas. And as I was saying, alongside the GMB member saying that the government's plans were self-defeating, the former leader of Aberdeen Council from his party quit Labour last year, saying their plans were a brutal attack on the sector. And again, I agree. Madam Deputy Speaker, just as Rome wasn't built in a day, the experience and expertise of the oil and gas sector, the energy sector, did not develop in a day. However, these vital skills and investment that we will rely upon to deliver the transition to cleaner, greener energy can and will be lost in no time at all if the government does not listen to, appreciate and act to protect them. The warning signs are there, and we must not ignore them. Without the existing workforce, the energy transition will take longer, be more expensive and less efficient. Surely the unwanted trilogy to any government. Thank you.
I now call David Baines to make his maiden speech.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to be able to make my maiden speech as the Member of Parliament for St Helens North during this important debate. Before my election to this place, I was the leader of St Helens Borough Council and the Liverpool City Region lead member for Net Zero, so this debate is a subject that I care deeply about and one that I hope to contribute to in the years ahead. And if you'll indulge me just briefly, as we're at the end of the school year in England and speaking also as a former teacher, I'd like to put on record my thanks and respect for teachers, teaching assistants and all school staff. I know the challenges they have to overcome, how hard they have to work and the difference that they make as a result. I hope they all have a very well-earned break in the coming weeks, and if they're not already by a pool, that they are very soon. I'd like to congratulate all those new members who've made their first contributions in this place so far. The previous maiden speech, my honourable friend, the member for Central Ayrshire, with his constituency's connection to Elvis and his own piano lessons. I hope he'll be joining the new Parliamentary rock band, which I know the member for Rugby is keen to get set up, and if you need a roadie, I'm available. All the maiden speeches so far have set a very high bar, and can I just say how great it is to be a member of a parliament which I think looks and sounds like the country that we represent. It is diverse and it is strong as a result. I'd also like to thank all parliamentary staff who've worked so hard in recent weeks, helping myself and all of us find our way around. I'd like to begin properly, Madam Deputy Speaker, by paying tribute to my predecessor, Conor McGinn. He served St Helens North and the country with dedication, helping to secure significant funding for our town centres, delivering Helen's Law and equal marriage in Northern Ireland. I know that there are many people who work with him on both sides of the House who will miss seeing him around the place, and I know they will join me in wishing him, his wife Kate, and their children the very best. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is the honour of my working life to be elected to serve St Helens North as its Member of Parliament. I grew up in the constituency in the former mining village of Haydock, and if you're from Haydock, you're known locally as a yicker, and I'm fairly certain I am the first yicker elected to this place. I grew up there in the 1980s, raised by my mum and dad, who themselves grew up in Blackbrook and Parr. Growing up at that time, in the 80s, in St Helens, I couldn't help but be aware of politics, because decisions taken here in this place by the then Conservative government deeply affected my community and the people in it, and not for the better. I had to wait until I was 17 to experience a government that demonstrated it cared about communities like mine and people like me. My own children are now 11 and 7, and as their dad, I am relieved for them that they will now grow up under a Labour government that is passionate about improving life for them, their generation, creating opportunities and rebuilding Britain brick by brick. I thank the voters of St Helens North for giving me the opportunity to serve and to be part of that change and to prove, hopefully, that government and politics can be a force for good. And I owe a huge amount of thanks to my family, especially my mum and dad, and above all, my wife Helen and my 2 children. Members on all sides will know that you can't do this job and do it well without the support of your family, and that's certainly true in my case. My home of St Helens North is made up of historic distinctive villages around and including the towns of St Helens and Newton-le-Willows. The Industrial Revolution and all the advances made by our country in the 1800s and beyond simply would not have happened without the toil and ingenuity of working people in the communities that I am now proud to represent. From the railways to chemicals and canals, from coal to glass and farming, it was the people of my constituency and many other similar areas across the north of England who built and shaped the 20th century. My constituency and the wider borough of St Helens is now home to thousands of businesses, from multinational brands to innovative and hard-working small and medium-sized companies. We're also home to Parkside in Newton-le-Willows, a former colliery site which, thanks to the hard work of previous MPs, the Labour Council, our partner Langtree and the City Region, is now being regenerated and developed into one of the most significant employment and investment sites in the northwest of England, with huge potential for rail freight and advanced manufacturing. And we need to make sure that young people have the skills and opportunity to access the jobs that this and other developments will create in the years to come. And this week's announcements about Skills England are therefore extremely welcome. Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituency is also a hotbed of sport. Boxing, darts and numerous amateur clubs thrive in St Helens North. We're home to Haydock Park Racecourse, the world's oldest open rugby club at Liverpool St Helens, founded in 1857, fantastic cricket and football clubs, and St Helens Rugby League Club, 3-time Rugby League world champions. Although the ground is technically in St Helens South and Western, it does live in the hearts and souls of many people in St Helens North, including mine. We're also home to a magnificent and hard-working charity and voluntary sector. Our churches and community groups work all year round to support the most vulnerable, and this to me is what lies at the heart of what I love most about my home and the people I share it with. I had the responsibility of leading the local council through the pandemic, working hand in hand with many fantastic local organisations, as well as public and private sector partners. The kindness and strength that my community showed during those times was overwhelming, as it was, I know, in most of the country. At the start of the pandemic, we set up a campaign called St Helens Together to coordinate support, and I'm proud to say that ethos is still going now as we work to collaborate to tackle the challenges we face. And in my role as MP, I'm excited to continue supporting that work and the many fantastic people and organisations who were involved. Once proudly Lancastrian, and to many of us still exactly that, my constituency and the wider borough is now also a leading member of the Liverpool City region, working to deliver the jobs, transport, skills and clean energy that St Helens North and the region needs, which brings me to the subject of this morning's debate. As I mentioned at the start of my remarks, I was the Liverpool City Region lead for Net Zero before my election to this place, and I had the privilege of being involved in projects such as HyNet and Mersey Tidal, which has a potential to power 1 million homes and create thousands of high-skilled jobs. And in St Helens, we're delivering Glass Futures, which is a world-leading project which will decarbonise the global glass industry, and that's no small boast. Our Metro Mayor Steve Rotherham and local leaders, including our new St Helens Borough Council leader Anthony Burns, are ambitious for what we can achieve. Just as we led the world in the first industrial revolution, so we can lead it in the green industrial revolution. The threat of climate change is real and it is urgent, but the mission to tackle it and the journey to net zero, if done in the right way, can also be an opportunity for new jobs, new investment, new skills and opportunities for workers and for businesses, growing our local and regional economy and at the same time protecting our energy security in a volatile world. Great British Energy is just one vital and exciting part of Labour's broader agenda for government, and it's why I was proud to vote for the measures in the King's speech. Since those votes earlier this week, there's rightly been a lot of attention on child poverty, and as someone who's been concerned about this for almost all my working life and who's tried to raise this for years, I'm delighted it's finally being talked about. The last Labour government lifted children out of poverty, and I have no doubt that this government will too. But if we're going to lift children and their families out of poverty, it has to be a whole government approach. Everything is connected to everything else. We need the child poverty strategy and action to follow it urgently, but we also need economic stability and a strong focus on inclusive growth. We need Great British Energy and affordable energy. We need new social and genuinely affordable homes. We need new jobs and a new deal for working people. Investment in our town centres and high streets, investment in public services and the staff who provide them, and high aspirations for every single child, starting with a properly funded, properly resourced, broad education. These are the manifesto commitments I supported this week. It won't surprise anyone to hear that as a former teacher, I am a firm believer that there is no greater tool for social mobility or personal fulfilment than education, and I am evidence of it. I was a shy and quiet working class kid at school, and it wasn't until I went to sixth form college and particularly university that I eventually gained the confidence to believe in myself and stand up in front of others and speak, and I would never have dreamed that I'd be doing it here in this place. And I wouldn't be here today if it hadn't been for that experience of higher education. And I think we should resist at all costs any of the growing arguments that some degrees or time spent learning is worthless, or that too many young people are doing degrees. What I suspect some of those behind the claims mean is too many of the wrong people. Well, if it's good enough for the children of the wealthy, it's good enough for working class kids like me and those to come. And all children deserve those opportunities, including those with special educational needs. There is a crisis right now in the system which is leaving too many children and their families waiting far too long for assessment, and then when they do get assessed, they too often don't get the support they need, despite the best efforts of their schools and school staff. Whether they are children in mainstream education with dyslexia or autism, or children in special schools with more complex needs, every child deserves to be able to access a full and vibrant curriculum with adequate support and adjustments to help them achieve their best. The parents of these children are every bit as ambitious for them as any other parent, just as parents of state school pupils are equally ambitious as those who can afford private schools. All they ask, like any parent or any child, is for a fair chance. I'm encouraged to hear our new government talking about these issues already and the challenges that our schools, pupils and their families face, and I intend to do all I can to help deliver the change that they and we all need. Because if young people are going to be able to access the jobs of today and tomorrow in AI and life sciences, in clean energy and more, then we need to be focused on opening every possible door, not closing them. Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude, we've been sent to this place with a mandate to change the country and to change lives for the better. There is a huge amount to do, but Labour's plans for the country are ambitious and, most importantly, deliverable. For as long as I'm in this place, I'll do all I can to help give all our children and young people the tools and opportunity to reach their potential and to make sure that the benefits of the change that we'll bring are felt by people in St Helens North as well as the country as a whole. Thank you.
I now call Alison Bennett to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulations on your appointment to your new role. I would like to congratulate the previous speaker on his maiden speech and congratulate him on his election to Parliament. And he's right to remind us all about the role of aspiration and all children seeking to do their best. I need to pay tribute to my parents, my father for sparking my interest in politics, and my mother for telling me when I was 17 that if you don't try, you'll never know what you can do. And so it is truly the honour of my life to take my seat in this place. I am the fourth person to serve Mid-Sussex since the constituency was first created in 1974. And I would like to thank my predecessor, the Honourable Member for East Grinstead and Uckfield, who has already given her time and support in relation to urgent issues affecting children in both of our constituencies. And it would be amiss not to acknowledge the noble Lord Soames in another place, who is held in high regard by the good people of Mid-Sussex. Yeah. However, due to the vagaries of boundary changes, I had to go back some 50 years to the maiden speech given by the late Baron Renton to find the original and only maiden speech made by a Member of Parliament for Mid-Sussex. Upon reading that 1974 maiden, I did briefly consider a simple copy and paste job. Such is the relevance of his speech, echoing through the decades to the moment that we find ourselves in today. He raised concerns about the expansion of Gatwick Airport, about housing growth without vital infrastructure, about doctors and teachers not being able to afford a house. All these things that are very important to people in my constituency, as well as to the Liberal Democrats. But of special note was Baron Renton's calls for more generous attendance and disability allowances so that people can be properly cared for by loved ones in their own homes. The importance of having a care system that truly works and genuinely supports carers is critical in ensuring that we live in a civilised society where, regardless of your life stage and regardless of your physical or mental health, you can live the best life possible and achieve your potential. We must care about care. We must make this a priority of this new Parliament. In the most recent boundary changes, a significant proportion of Mid-Sussex and the area that is my home was formerly part of the Arundel and South Downs constituency. I want to thank the Honourable Member for Arundel and South Downs for his courteous and prompt handover of casework, but I probably owe a bigger debt of gratitude to his predecessor, Noble Lord Herbert of South Downs. The Noble Lord may not realise it, but he played a hand in lighting the touch paper on my political journey that has led me to be here today. You see, during the European Union referendum campaign, the Noble Lord was the chairman of Conservatives for Reform in Europe, and he kindly agreed to come to my village one afternoon to join a cross-party stall for Remain that I was organising. It might be said that he inspired me. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a Liberal Democrat, I will always advocate for closer ties with our European allies and our neighbours. We believe that in a world as unstable and dangerous as it is, we are stronger when we turn to face our closest friends and neighbours. Cooperation, not antagonism, are the best ways to tackle the challenges that our planet faces. So what of Mid-Sussex? I feel confident in asserting that I and all of my predecessors do agree that the stunning beauty of our corner of England is spectacular. From the High Weald area of outstanding natural beauty in the north to the South Downs National Park in the south, we are truly blessed. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is fair to say that I have felt truly blessed to have called Mid-Sussex my home for the last 12 years, not only for its beauty, but for its brilliant people. It's a place where extraordinary things can and do happen because people pull together and step up. If a Liberal Democrat being elected to a constituency that back in 2012 had a 27,000 Conservative majority is not extraordinary enough, it's also the kind of place where just this week former England player Gareth Barry signed for a village football team, One Hurst Pierpoint FC, and where Olympian Nathan Hales is competing in the shooting in Paris as part of Team GB. We're all rooting for you, Nathan, and the whole of Team GB. But it's more than about individual effort. It is also about local collective determination. The village of Cookfield has a proud identity and even made a unilateral declaration of independence in 1966 over the venue of the annual Donkey Grand National. There's the Bentswood Hub in Haywards Heath, helping young and old with their mental health, their bills and their housing. Or the Burgess Hill Pantry, who are trying to find a way to help break the cycle of food bank dependency. And this very weekend, local charity Kangaroos are celebrating 30 years of helping children with children with learning disabilities and their families. There is also, Madam Deputy Speaker, incredible groups working to tackle the climate crisis, and that brings me to the subject of today's debate. There is Fairer World Linfield, Hurst Rethink, and Greener Hassocks and Ditchling. These groups are tireless advocates and campaigners for the idea that if you want to tackle the climate crisis, rather than wait for the government to get on board, maybe you can start doing something yourselves. Greener Hassocks and Ditchling have put solar panels on the roof of Downlands Community School in Hassocks. The Bolney Wine Estate, in conjunction with the Brighton Energy Cooperative, have put a solar array on the roofs of their winery, which now generates over 50% of the energy required to produce 500,000 bottles of wine. But local groups can only do so much, and they need government to create an environment where it's easy rather than hard to make the energy transition happen. Things like speeding up grid connections, which currently can take up to 3 years, are needed. We need to make better use of space for solar arrays that have no other purpose, industrial rooftops or the sides of railway lines. The will is there in Mid-Sussex, and I'm sure it's there right across our country. But we need to do more, and we need to make it easy. We must make it easy. Our communities, our constituents, our children, and generations as yet unborn demand nothing less. Thank you.
Kirstine Sullivan to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I congratulate you on your elevation to the chair. I'm grateful for this opportunity to make my maiden speech, especially during this debate with Scotland at the heart of the government's plans to make the UK a clean energy superpower. And it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Mid-Sussex, who gave such a fantastic tribute to her constituency. And indeed, all the other Honourable Members have spoken with such passion and eloquence during their maiden speeches. And I must make mention of my honourable friends, the members for Glasgow SW, Central Ayrshire, and Heylings N, and I'm very grateful that that member is no longer in the chamber to hear my mispronunciation. Firstly, I'd like to extend my gratitude to all the parliamentary staff and those involved in the induction processes. Their limitless patience, understanding and the wealth of information provided have made a daunting process much easier to navigate. And they've done it all with welcoming smiles on their faces, so I thank them. As many mentioned yesterday, this is no ordinary job with no 95 hours, and it would be impossible to do this without the love and support of our families, friends and our campaign teams. So to my husband and our 3 children, our parents and friends, including those in our Labour family, thank you for your patience, encouragement and steadfast faith in me. It's an incredible honour and privilege to serve as the first ever representative for the new constituency of Bathgate and Linlithgow. I must thank my predecessor, Martin Day, for his service to the former constituency of Linlithgow and East Falkirk. He served as a member of this place for 9 years, and prior to that as a councillor representing his hometown of Linlithgow for 16 years, a remarkable quarter-century of public service for which I thank him. And I must also pay tribute to the former MP Michael Connerty, a friend and colleague who's always on hand with advice and support. Now, campaign trails can be tough, with long hours, many miles walked, thousands of doors knocked, and mountains of Haribos consumed. Other brands are available. One of the greatest pleasures of my campaign was meeting so many people who shared personal and heartwarming accounts of the help they received from the former father of this house, Tam DL, or who simply knew him as Tam. The affection and respect in which he is held to this day is something to which I can only aspire, and I will endeavour to live up to his example of dedicated service to constituents. I cannot confirm or deny whether this will involve being awkward. Now, I am not a Bathgate bairn. I chose to make Bathgate my home almost 17 years ago now, leaving behind Scotland's greatest city of Glasgow to lay down roots for my family. And I couldn't have made a better decision. With the beauty of the Bathgate Hills on my doorstep, the country parks of Beacraigs and Polkemmet, the Coutinho Local Nature Reserve and the shorelines at Bowness and Blackness, we are never far from stunning and tranquil countryside, and we must seek to protect and preserve this natural beauty for future generations. Key to this are our efforts to reach our net zero targets and combat climate change, which is causing significant damage to our environment. But let's be clear, our natural environment also has a key role to play in achieving our goals, so it's in our interest to do all we can to protect it. With the passion and commitment shown by the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero, and his team, ably represented today by my honourable friend, the Minister for Energy, and the ambitious plans that they've set out, including support for community energy projects, which I welcome as a cooperator, I am confident we will leave a legacy for future generations to enjoy. Our landscape also tells the story of our industrial and manufacturing heritage, from the shell bings across the constituency, the former brickworks and foundries, to the former British Leyland site, Plessy Semiconductors, now Whiteside Business Park, and the Pyramids Business Park, which once housed Motorola. The people of the Bathgate and Linlithgow constituency have always embraced change and technological advances. A highly skilled and flexible workforce with opportunities attracting workers from across the Central Belt, including the Glasgow Overspill, still referred to as such today, despite many living there in the area for almost 50 years. I recall my first visit to Aldo's Chippy in Bathgate, when the lady behind the counter, recognising my accent, asked if I wanted salt and vinegar rather than salt and sauce, which is a topic of heated debate between Glasgow and Edinburgh colleagues. Of course, the correct answer is vinegar. However, the story of this constituency has not always been one of prosperity. This year marks the 40th anniversary of the miners' strike and the subsequent closure of Polkemmet Colliery after the pit pumps were switched off, flooding the galleries. Whilst the smouldering slag heap has been removed, a new house is built as part of the one of the biggest regeneration projects in Europe. The town of Whitburn and surrounding communities were devastated, with many families enduring severe hardship. And the mistakes of the past must not be repeated. Lessons must be learned about the impact of such loss on individuals, on families and on entire communities. And this is why I support the fight to keep Grangemouth working and the jobs many of my constituents rely on, particularly constituents in Bowness and Linlithgow. Again, I thank my honourable friends on the front bench for the proactive approach they've taken to working towards a sustainable future for the site, and indeed to my honourable friend for Alloa and Grangemouth, who has been steadfast and vocal in his support for the campaign. And while we honour our history and traditions of the past, we are looking to the future with hope and ambition. Situated at the heart of Scotland with easy access across the Central Belt via the M8 and M9, as well as rail routes to our great cities and beyond, unfortunately with the exception of Winchborough, which still awaits its train station. More people are choosing to live in the constituency, with more companies choosing to locate there to do business, including manufacturing, technology, communications, logistics, retail and hospitality. Tourism also drives our local economy, particularly in the Royal Borough of Linlithgow, with the Royal Palace set aside the Loch and the Peel, St Michael's Church and its newly refurbished Crown of Thorns, the Union Canal and historic canal basin passing through, and other treasures. Plenty reasons to linger longer in Linlithgow. In Bowness, we have the Steam Railways Museum, the Motor Museum and the restored Hippodrome Theatre, and numerous places of interest. And we're also seeing a growth in tourism as a result of the increase in TV and film production in the area. And the Blackness Bay Distillery is one example, set in the picturesque village of Blackness, benefiting from the increase in visitors to the castle. And sorry, I was meant to say that Blackness Bay Distillery is one such business that is seeing a benefit from the increase in visitors to the castle as a result of Outlander's success. And if you haven't visited yet, you will receive the warmest of welcomes from Sheena and Colm at the distillery. Also want to mention the major historic house attractions of Kinneil House, Hopetoun House, and of course House of the Binns, the ancestral home of the DL family, as places to visit. But as a labour and cooperative member, I also see the opportunities to expand the cooperative economy, putting power directly in the hands of local people for the benefit of local communities. And I look forward to working with fellow cooperators to do just that. But while jobs and opportunities are on our doorstep, too many people are still facing barriers to employment, and many are not earning enough to get by, creating a huge demand on local food banks and other vital support services, including those offered by our local third sector organisations, who do an absolutely tremendous and valuable job. Child poverty is a scandal that blights communities across the country, and indeed in my own constituency too. But it does not exist in a vacuum. Low pay, high rent and high mortgages, exorbitant energy bills and rising cost of food all contribute to severe financial pressures on families, and that is why I welcome the announcement of the Child Poverty Task Force, which will bring together voices from both inside government and outside experts to take a holistic and targeted approach to tackling this scourge and ensuring that every child has a chance to achieve their goals, irrespective of their background. With more people choosing to live in the Bathgate and Linlithgow constituency, we are also seeing increased pressure on vital local services that are significantly underfunded. as well as pressure on GP surgeries and on our local infrastructure, with both the Avon Gorge and the Boroughmuir Junction in serious need of upgrading. With underinvestment in bus transport at a Scottish level, our more rural communities like Greenwich, Newton, Phillipston, Bridgend, Trefechan, Westfield, Blackridge, Seafield and even the town of Blackburn are struggling to keep connected. It is crucial that investment in vital services and local infrastructure keeps pace with development, and this is something that I will champion in my constituency. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a young girl growing up in the small village of Lennoxtown at the foot of the Campsie Hills, never did I think that I would be standing here in the House of Commons as one of 263 female MPs, the highest ever number of women representatives. But this did not just happen. We are only here because of the women who forged the way for us, such as the incomparable Harriet Harman, who I had the pleasure of meeting for the first time at last year's Edinburgh Festival. It is empowering to see so many incredible Labour women take their rightful places on our front benches. Your example will allow young girls today to know that they can be here one day too. But while the increase of women members to 40% of this place is hugely welcomed, it shows we still have much work to do to achieve 50-50 representation. And as a councillor, I work to remove barriers to participation, to do my bit to ensure council chambers start to reflect the communities that we represent, and I pledge to continue that work with honourable members in and across this chamber. Finally, I think most people here would agree that our politics has been mired by division and scandal in recent years, and this has undermined public trust in politicians. We have a duty to restore that trust, which is key to our democracy. In Scotland, there's been far too much finger pointing, with representatives retreating to their respective trenches in endless constitutional debates that ultimately deliver nothing for the people of Scotland. I welcome the new approach of working with the devolved governments and the response from the Scottish Government on issues such as the tobacco and vapes bill, and hopefully on a UK-wide deposit return scheme. This relationship reset will be further strengthened by the new Council of Nations and Regions, which will facilitate a return to constructive engagement and cooperation in the interests of the people we are all here to serve. For my part, I will work with honourable members in this place and with elected representatives in all chambers to deliver for the people of Bathgate and Linlithgow. My constituents have bestowed their faith in me, and for that I thank them. It is a responsibility I will carry every single day, and I pledge to be the champion and advocate they need and deserve.
Seamus Logan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's my pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Bathgate and Linlithgow and congratulate her on her eloquent and passionate speech, particularly in relation to her call for gender balance. I'm sorry to tell her, though, that I think the use of the native tongue appears to have brought the member for the Western Isles back to the chamber. Whether that's to congratulate her or correct her, I'm not quite sure. Anyway, moving swiftly on. Madam Deputy Speaker, the area that I am privileged to represent has been at the heart of the UK's energy production for 50 years and more, and it's now poised to be at the forefront of a new renewable energy revolution. Frankly, Madam Deputy Speaker, we could and should be much further along the road to energy transition than we find ourselves. But we are where we are. The government has said it wants us to become a clean energy superpower, but I regret that they have scaled back on their original ambitions to invest £28 billion to realise that goal. But nevertheless, I hope they will chart a pragmatic and constructive way forward. The journey to net zero is already well underway in Scotland, with estimates suggesting the renewable sector already supports around 42,000 jobs. The UK, though, is behind schedule with investing in the infrastructure, including the grid infrastructure, that these projects will require. The unrealistic pricing of contracts for difference has held back the development of offshore wind. These are issues the new government needs to address with the same urgency that it is moving on other matters. The northeast of Scotland has been the European capital of oil and gas for many decades, now with the opportunity to be the net zero capital. We have enormous potential to capitalise on offshore wind generation and the development of green hydrogen. But these are time-limited opportunities, especially as we have ambitions to develop lucrative supply chains in technology and manufacturing that have significant export potential. In the longer term, that will be the prize for our economic future. I want to impress upon ministers today the case for bringing the HQ of GB Energy to the northeast of Scotland. Just look at a map. The bulk of offshore renewables production will be within a 100-mile radius of Aberdeen. The ports that will be essential to servicing the sector are on the east coast, close to the Murray Firth, most notably Peterhead and Fraserburgh in my constituency. There are also important potential roles for smaller ports. We have a workforce with relevant skills and unrivalled experience already in place. But we also have most to lose. According to research published last year by Robert Gordon University, around 1 in 5 jobs across northeast Scotland is in the oil and gas sector. But I don't want to see a repeat of what the Thatcher government did in mining and steel-making communities across Scotland and indeed elsewhere. Perhaps as much as 80% of skills in oil and gas are crossover skills. We must support that crossover. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, successive UK governments have used the North Sea as a cash cow. 10.6 billion flowed into the Treasury coffers in 22-23, but there's not been a great deal to show for it in Aberdeen City or Aberdeenshire in terms of infrastructure or investment towards that crucial transition. I hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, these are things that can change going forward. As we debate the need to address climate change, improve energy security and deliver a fairer deal for consumers today, it is also important to acknowledge the reality that we are going to need oil and gas for some time to come. Many of us are still using gas to heat our homes. Fuel poverty is very real. High standing charges and a cold climate is a brutal combination that pushes thousands upon thousands of households into energy poverty. Most of us still use cars that run on petrol or diesel. In areas like mine, where distances are greater, public transport is more limited. Colder winter temperatures mean electric vehicles work less well, and the use of traditional vehicles is accentuated. So, our reliance on fossil fuels is falling, but it is not about to disappear. Oil and gas will continue to be a part of our energy mix for some time to come, which is why it is important that ongoing production is in line with climate compatibility criteria and is managed in a way that does not lead to premature winding down of the North Sea. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, the current fiscal regime in the North Sea has created a very real and present risk, and has the potential not just to cost thousands of jobs, but also to saddle the Treasury with punitive decommissioning costs. I would ask ministers to look at the impact the Energy Profits Levy has had on jobs and productivity, consider the role of the Energy Security Investment Mechanism, and acknowledge the importance of investment allowances. Why? Because the current fiscal regime in the North Sea is holding back investment in energy transition. We need to recognise that existing North Sea operators are also, in many cases, those who are making the biggest investment in renewables. If the government really wants to unlock the potential of the renewable energy sector, they need to work with those who can invest on the scale required and over the necessary timeframes, and who already have an experienced and expert workforce at their disposal. I'd welcome the Minister's comments on the Government's plans for a fairer fiscal environment across the energy sector in his summing up. I'll make one final point, and that is in relation to carbon capture and storage. In my view, we need to press on with projects like the Acorn project at St Fergus, precisely because they are cutting edge and they have tremendous potential to create new technology, knowledge and expertise. We have a globally competitive subsea supply chain in the northeast of Scotland. We excel in developing solutions to technical challenges. We see challenges as opportunities, and we seek to be leaders in these innovative new technologies. This is the potential to deliver fair energy prices for consumers, improve energy security and help us to meet our international climate obligations. The North East of Scotland and communities in my constituency in particular will be at the centre of the changes ahead, and I urge ministers to make good on their promises and deliver a managed and just transition for those workers and those communities on the front line. Thank you.
I now call Douglas McAllister for his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to make my maiden speech to this House during this debate on making Britain a clean energy superpower. And my congratulations, Madam Deputy Speaker, on your elevation. And it's a privilege to follow the Honourable Member for Aberdeenshire North and Warri East, who always speaks in this House with such great eloquence and passion. Can I also say what a privilege it is to speak in this debate led by our Energy Minister, and I offer him my warmest of congratulations as he takes up his position today in this House, and I wish him well, as I'm sure we all do. I recognise the great honour bestowed upon all of us to be in this House, and how proud and fortunate I am to represent my constituency of West Dunbartonshire. My constituency contains three very distinct communities, the Vale of Leven and the towns of Dumbarton and Clydebank, the latter of which is my hometown. I have lived in Clydebank with my family all of my life, and I pledge to work tirelessly in this place for all of my fellow residents. Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituency of West Dunbartonshire can best be described as stretching from the banks of the River Clyde to the shores of Loch Lomond, from industrial Clydeside to the gateway to the Heylings. I therefore can boast of the unrivalled natural beauty of Loch Lomond and Dumbarton Castle, one of Scotland's royal castles. The town of Dumbarton is the ancient capital of Strathclyde, granted royal borough status by Alexander II in 1222, and it was home to Denny's shipyard, which built the Cutty Sark. The Vale of Leven is renowned for its turkey red, dyed and printed cottons exported across the globe. Singer's factory in my hometown, where my late father worked, made the famous sewing machines, and there was a time last century where virtually every home in our land possessed a Singer's sewing machine. Clydebank is synonymous with John Brown's shipyard, where the Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mary, the QE2 and the Royal Yacht Britannia were built, a history we are rightly proud of. However, in doing so, we gained, Madam Speaker, an unwanted legacy, the European hotspot for asbestos-related industrial illness and death. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is on this cause, amongst countless others, that I wish to pay tribute to my predecessor, Martin Docherty Hughes. Martin was a powerful advocate in this place in the pursuit of truth and justice for the victims of asbestos-related industrial death and for their families in the fight for fair compensation. I know how closely he worked with the Clydebank Asbestos Group, and it is now incumbent upon me to pick up that baton. Martin Docherty Hughes conducted himself with great dignity both before and after the general election, and I wish to thank him for his 9 years of service and the generosity and courtesy he extended to me throughout, and I wish him the very best with his future endeavours. The great honour of representing West Dunbartonshire is emphasised yet further when I reflect upon my other predecessors who served with great distinction in this House, including Gemma Doyle and my great friend Tony Worthington, member for the former Clydebank and Mulgai. It's truly humbling to follow them and, of course, the Lord Speaker, Lord McFall of Alcluth, now in the other place, but renowned not least for his chairmanship of the Treasury Committee. Now, many of the great industries of the Clyde are sadly gone, consigned to history, and whilst I'm rightly proud as a bankie of our history, it is to our future that I look. I was elected by my fellow constituents to deliver change, and I am determined to do that and play my part in ensuring that all of the communities across West Dunbartonshire can look forward to a dynamic and prosperous future. The work of regeneration of the Clydeside and town centres of Clydebank, Dumbarton and the Vale of Leven will be my priority. This government has the ambition to grow the economy, make work pay, create jobs and new employment opportunities for our young people, and I have great confidence in the abilities of the youth of West Dunbartonshire, matching their ambitions by providing them with the same life opportunities as children from any other constituency across this great nation of ours will be my driving mission. I also pledged during the election campaign to fight to ensure that everyone in my constituency had access to that very basic of rights, a safe, warm and affordable home. My local authority of West Dunbartonshire declared a housing emergency in May of this year, amid unprecedented pressures on the ability to meet the needs of those in social housing or seeking a council property. Now, I welcome my government's ambition to unlock the barriers to building more homes, but it's essential that they are affordable to tackle that injustice and insecurity. That's why we campaigned for a publicly owned GB energy company headquartered in Scotland. Therefore, it's particularly satisfying for me to be making my maiden speech during this debate. GB Energy will cut bills in West Dunbartonshire, deliver energy security and put Scotland at the forefront of the clean energy revolution. Publicly owned, it will utilise our extraordinary natural resources. Which brings me back to the natural resources of the River Clyde. The yards may have gone, but the future is now with clean energy. On the site of the former John Brown shipyard I referred this House to earlier is now the West Dunbartonshire Energy Centre. It's a groundbreaking project featuring Scotland's largest water source heat pump installation, taking water from the River Clyde and using it to generate heat. This publicly owned district heating system is truly groundbreaking, helping West Dunbartonshire to transition towards a net zero future, but crucially also allowing us to address the fuel poverty of my fellow residents. And I will be delighted to hopefully welcome the Minister to visit the centre in the very near future. Madam Deputy Speaker, in taking my place in this House, I stepped away from 25 years of appearing on a daily basis in courts throughout Scotland. As a solicitor, I represented some of the most vulnerable members of our society. As I step away from the profession to take my seat in this House, I do so with a heavy heart. However, I leave behind a demoralised profession, ignored by successive previous governments who failed to recognise that a properly funded legal aid scheme is the bedrock of a fair society. My experience is with the Scottish courts, but I understand south of the border the system is under similar peril. I am sure that this House will recognise that upholding, respecting and promoting the rule of law requires ensuring access to justice, fair representation and the widening of the scope of legal aid eligibility, and also recognising that the courts are as vital a public asset and as much of a foundation stone of society as schools, social services and hospitals. I also leave 21 years of unbroken service to local government as a councillor at West Dunbartonshire. Local government is on its knees, starved of vital funding, the last of the low-hanging fruit long since picked. Frontline services are now under serious threat, and I wish this House to recognise those across all political parties in public office at local government level and all the highly dedicated staff who share the same desire as we all do across this House to advance the well-being of our local communities, and they deserve our greater support. And Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituency is supported in this endeavour by a wealth of local charities and community organisations. As Provost of West Dunbartonshire, I gained unique insight into this vital support chain from groups such as Mentor Scotland, providing mental health support, and also the Men's Shed, or local not-for-profit trusts such as Flourishing Faithfully, Bags Full of Love, Duntoker Village Hall, Antonine Sports and the Skylark 9 Recovery Trust, or the countless faith groups across my constituency providing food banks and shelter. They truly are the best of our society. Madam Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, I cannot finish my maiden speech without recognising the NHS and all its staff. The NHS is in my DNA. My mother a nurse and a midwife, and in particular I wish to thank the staff at the Beatson Hospital in Glasgow. The NHS saved my life back in 2007 when I battled leukaemia. I am fortunate to be in this House, and I will not waste this opportunity to help save our NHS and to ensure that this government improves our National Health Service, a service for all, providing care on the basis of need, regardless of ability to pay. Madam Deputy Speaker, the son of a factory worker and NHS nurse, husband to Alison, father to Tom and Peter, gives this House a solemn undertaking that no matter how long or short my time in this place may be, my defining mission will be to fight for a fairer society for my constituents of West Dunbartonshire and be relentless in my duty to serve their interests. Thank you.
I will be starting front bench wind-ups at 2:10. I call James McCleary to make his maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member from West Dunbartonshire for his excellent speech. Clearly very knowledgeable about your area, and I think you're going to be a huge and very positive addition to this House. It's clearly a huge privilege for me to represent Lewes constituency. It is my home and it's where I'm raising, with my partner, our young family. And I wanted to start there with my family. I want to thank them for their support, my partner Donna and our two young children, Amelia and Elliot. And in fact, Elliot asked me to bring you guys a message today. He said if anyone's in the market for trading any Pokemon cards, he's open for a discussion. It's been a really long road, but they've been there every single step of the way, and I genuinely couldn't have done this without their help. I also want to thank the voters in my community for putting their trust in me. That includes those who lent me their support tactically in this election. I will always campaign for electoral reform so that everybody's vote really counts. And I would like to pay tribute to my predecessor, Maria Caulfield, who was the MP for Lewes for 9 years. Lewes is a very old constituency that can be traced back for hundreds of years, and Maria was the first woman to represent the seat. She served in the last government as a health minister and a women's minister, and, among other achievements, she was instrumental in introducing baby loss certificates for parents who have suffered the death of a baby, an important and welcome initiative. We certainly had our differences, but they were political rather than personal, and I sincerely wish Maria and her husband Steve all the very best for the future. Now let me tell you a little bit about my constituency. Let's start in our historic county town. Every year, on November the 5th, the town of Lewes hosts one of the largest and most anarchic bonfire celebrations. It is an annual manifestation of the town's fiercely independent spirit. The streets are packed with tens of thousands of visitors to see the magnificent effigies that are paraded through the town to the various fire sites. Often, these include prominent political figures. So please remember, and I say this in particular to the new front bench of the government, that if you get sent an image or a video of an effigy of yourself being blown up in Lewes in November, you'll just have to trust me, it really is a great honour. Down the road on the coast, you'll find Newhaven and Seaford, the latter being the largest town in my constituency. It is in desperate need of a new health centre, and I will continue to press for the redevelopment of the existing town centre site. It is also a former sink port, with a magnificent sweeping beach which retains the most complete example of a Martello Tower on the south coast. Built in the early 19th century to defend the country against a Napoleonic invasion that never came, and now home to the town's fantastic museum, which I'd really recommend visiting if you're ever there. The town has also been represented in its time as a separate borough by not one but two former Prime Ministers, George Canning and William Pitt the Younger. Seaford ceased to be a port when the River Rouge changed course after a violent storm broke through at Newhaven. Ever since then, Newhaven has been an important port town with a proud industrial heritage and varied history. It also happens to be where I live. Every day, visitors come through Newhaven to use the excellent ferry link to Dieppe and visit our historic Palmerston Fort, or at least they will when it completes its £5 million renovation. It is a town experiencing a renaissance after years of being neglected, and will see a new health hub in the town centre and investment in our outdoor spaces and our fishing industry. It is also a town with some pretty unique claims to fame. Newhaven is the last known whereabouts of Lord Lucan, has a plaque dedicated to Ho Chi Minh, who is said to have worked on the ferry, and has a bench dedicated to the American rapper Eazy-E, for reasons unknown. At the eastern end of the constituency are Polegate, Willingdon and Stone Cross. Known for their historic windmills, these communities have been at the sharp end of house building without necessary infrastructure to support it. I will be working with the NHS and local councils to secure the funding needed for the promised new health hub in Willingdon and improvement to health facilities in Polegate. I will also be keeping a very close eye on the government's proposals for planning. Running through the middle of the constituencies is the South Downs National Park. The town of Lewes is in fact the largest town in a national park anywhere in the country. We are also home to the Seven Sisters Country Park with its famous cliffs, We have award-winning vineyards and breweries and a thriving arts and cultural scene that boasts the world-famous Glindon Opera House and the Charleston Festival. We are lucky to have some picture-perfect villages with their own uniqueness, among them Ditchling, with its art and craft museum showcasing the work that made the village a creative hub in the 20th century, Plumpton with its racecourse, or the giant white outline of the Long Man who stands guard over Wilmington. Some of our villages also have unique features. Alfriston is home to the Clergy House, the first property acquired by the National Trust for £10 in 1896, and Jevington, which claims to be the birthplace of banoffee pie. We have two beautiful rivers, the Cutmere and the Ouse, which flow into Seaford Bay. Sadly, they have been used by Southern Water as a dumping ground for sewage, including discharges in recent weeks. I look forward to seeing the proposals brought forward by this government to take on sewage dumping. Madam Deputy Speaker, to today's debate, it is encouraging to hear support from many members for ramping up renewable energy. Our constituents, the business community and the UK's international allies are carefully watching this new government and this Parliament to see if we are serious about once again making the UK a leader in the transition to a clean, safe and inclusive low-carbon economy. I hope we will work together in a constructive spirit to show that we are indeed serious and find words matched with bold action. Locally, we have seen the benefits of community energy and heat networks. We must ensure that communities that are taking renewable energy facilities such as solar can directly benefit. This should include community ownership of smaller scale schemes. It isn't just about energy generation either, it's also about transmission, and other honourable members today have mentioned delays in renewable energy schemes getting off the ground because of connectivity issues to the grid. I would be delighted to welcome the new Minister, and congratulations on his appointment, to my constituency at some stage to discuss the important role that community energy and micro-generation can play in our future energy mix, and introduce him to some of the people working hard on the ground in my community to make it happen. On a larger scale, we have the major offshore wind array, which is serviced from Newhaven Port. The Rampion wind array generates enough energy to power 350,000 homes, and was signed off by the then Secretary of State for Energy, Ed Davey. Many members are parents, and, like me, and we all need to be able to look our children in the eye and say we did everything we could to secure their future and that of all future generations. Doing the best for our children, all children, is one of my personal political priorities, particularly through early years. We need to start treating childcare less as a cost to the taxpayer and more as an investment in the future of our country. In a previous job, I worked in deprived communities across the country to support improving literacy for young children. The transformative effect of supportive learning in the first 5 years of a child's life is immense. I'm pleased to hear the government talking more about free and subsidised childcare, but that must be matched with a real commitment to properly funding nurseries and other early years settings. Thousands of nurseries have closed down in recent years, and we have to think about supporting early years providers alongside supporting parents. I am proud to represent my constituency, humbled to sit in this House, and determined to make the most of every day I have to be the best possible MP for the people of Lewis constituency. The last Liberal Democrat that held the title was the formidable Norman Baker, and I too intend to work hard for every corner of the constituency. In the last 5 years since the election, the country has been through a lot. The highest public offices have, at times, been degraded, and trust in politics remains low. We have an opportunity and a responsibility to get our politics and our country onto a better, fairer, greener and more prosperous path, and I look forward to working constructively with the new government and other opposition parties to help deliver just that.
Olivia Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Not a day goes by where the consequences of our inaction is so hideously illustrated. And today, the wildfires in Canada should shock us all into action. 25,000 people have been displaced from their homes. And whilst the previous government continued to pour fuel on the fires of the climate crisis and entrenching our reliance on volatile international markets, I know that this government has plans to totally turn the corner. Our journey to become a clean energy superpower is not only an environmental imperative, but a chance to economic growth and addressing the cost of living crisis and making Britain energy independent. That's why I welcome the government's plan to launch Great British Energy, a publicly owned, funded by big oil, gas and industry to pay their fair share for the incredible windfalls that they've been having. This initiative demonstrates a strong commitment to cutting carbon emissions and embracing renewables. It is a crucial step to lowering our bills through zero carbon electricity systems. It's so important that we make sure that the scope of this is coordinated and that we're working with new initiatives such as Skills England to make sure that we're working across the board to increase training opportunities, especially in key areas such as maritime apprenticeships, to help with our offshore wind efforts. It's also incredibly important that we unlock the potential of community energy, which is a vast untapped potential for smaller scale renewable schemes that could be owned and operated by local communities, building that resilience into our communities directly. And realising this potential would bring clean, affordable and secure energy to local people. I very much look forward to working with the front bench on these issues and supporting the bill as it makes its passage through this House. And I want to congratulate the Minister on his appointment to the role as well.
For the opposition spokesperson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I welcome you to your place here as the Chair. And may I congratulate all the members across this House for your wonderful maiden speeches. And I had 20 minutes of praise for you, highlighting every aspect of your wonderful speeches, but unfortunately time is limited, so I shall have to give a very sort of quick analysis of praise for all of you. And I am secretly delighted that I do not have to try my Scottish Gaelic out today. I know, it was sad but true, so that might be for the next debate. I have to say it was wonderful and heartwarming to hear across this House from East Thanet to every part of Scotland and the Heylings and Glasgow Southwest, South Northamptonshire, and from everyone just caring about your local community, representing all of the people that matter, that elected you, and that is what matters in this place. And I feel that now I am an expert in all things Scotland, and never had I been so afraid to talk about and name everything than when I had to do a Burns night toast. So I hope that someday I can come and visit all of your wonderful constituencies. It made me feel as if it is a very inclusive and diverse and wonderful place. I'd like to sample the whiskey, the hospitality, Loch Lomond to the Highlands, and our is he here? No, okay, not at his place. But on that front, for all of you here today, and I just want to praise you, and I want to say that I am someone whose speeches make people often think, gosh, that's an unusual Beaconsfield accent. And so I'm always delighted to hear sparkling speeches in this chamber from voices less grating than my own. It's nails on a chalkboard and you adjust over time. And celebrating the diversity in the chamber. And over today's debate, we have heard some superb maiden speeches from the party opposite, and so many of them. I think even I was confused as a new Labour MP, and that's how many of you there are. So congratulations. And may I welcome the Minister to his position. He will definitely be going far, Madam Deputy Speaker, and my claim to fame will be that I got to do a debate here in the House first with him. So as he's here as a Scottish MP as well, may I welcome him and congratulate him on his ministerial position. And I'm also pleased to be shadowing a department led by a fellow LSE alumnus, but disappointed that the Secretary of State is not here to respond or to open the debate. But I know in what high regard the Secretary of State is held by the Labour movement. His high ideals and socialist principles are in the very best intellectual traditions of his party. But he is now in government, and I fear that the changes he wants to bring about will make working people poor and put our energy and food security in the hands of Russia and China. In just 3 weeks, as the member for Mid Buckinghamshire and Basildon and Billericay, and Gordon Buckham also pointed out that the Secretary of State has ignored local communities. He has ignored planning professionals. He has ignored sound decision-making, and he has ignored basic economics. He seems to be in a race to deliver higher bills, higher taxes for working people, and a poorer, less safe Britain. I will make a little progress because I only have 5 minutes for the minister, so but I will give way in a moment. But on this side of the House, we will keep calling these plans out for what they are. A dangerous experiment that will damage the British countryside, wreck the livelihoods of hard-working British people, and drive energy bills up. Let us examine this experiment so far. In the election, the Secretary of State got Labour candidates to claim that GB Energy would save £300 on their energy bills. It doesn't seem to be something they're going to stand behind now, and I would ask why or what the plans are for the future on that regard. And the government has formed an energy company that will not generate a single watt of energy and will not bring down a single energy bill. Instead, they have taken $8 billion of taxpayer money and put a shiny brand on it called GB Energy. GB Energy is simply the government subsidizing high-risk projects for the private sector on the one hand, whilst decimating our oil and gas industry on the other. It set up a new company and claims it would make profits in 5 years with nothing but 14 pages of a hot air founding statement, no business plan, no financial forecasts, and nothing else. I will give way.
Is the Shadow Minister not aware that exactly this negative narrative from her party has held us back in the way to net zero?
I thank the member for her contribution, and I know you are a strong advocate for your local community, and it is an important cross-party awareness. But we are in opposition now, and we are here. You won, and so we are here to just hold you to account on your new endeavours. And we wish you all the best, but it is our job to hold you to account. And if this was a private company, no investor would touch it with a barge pole. And instead, the government gets to play with the money of the hard-working British taxpayer while simultaneously hitting them with higher taxes, higher bills for that privilege. The Secretary of State doubtless thinks he is courageously saving the planet, but not quite so courageously as to go to Aberdeen or to be here today or to speak to those in the North Sea who will lose their jobs. Now, it's serious because they are writing checks that the British people can't afford, and ministers will never have to pay. Serious because they are betraying the trust of local communities. Serious because they are putting at risk our energy and food security at a time when both have never been more vital. Serious because those who will suffer for their net zero purity are working people. These aren't plans for a clean energy superpower. They are plans for a weaker, poorer Britain. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Michael Shanks, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With the leave of the House, I will respond to what has been a very wide-ranging and mostly, until the end there, positive debate. I'd like to thank all those who have contributed to this debate and brought their huge experience and ideas, not just on the green energy transition, but on everything from the care system, child poverty, to vital matters of public discourse like what you should put on chips, raised by my honourable friend, the member for Bathgate and Linlithgow, and she was absolutely right in what she said, for the record. I'd like to start with the maiden speeches we've heard today, as it genuinely has been incredible to sit on that bench and listen to them all throughout this debate. And the Honourable Lady, the member for Beaconsfield, said a moment ago that she had quite a lot to reflect on from the maiden speeches. I've got 20-odd pages of notes here on your wonderful maiden speeches, but I've got 10 minutes to sum up. And I do want to start by saying that it wasn't very long ago that I gave my maiden speech in this place, less than a year, in fact. and the same trepidation I had when I stood up then is with me now. And I have to say, on reflection, I'm glad that I was the only person after a by-election giving a maiden speech, because this field of maiden speeches is just a little too good, actually, but you've done fantastic. And I would just say that this House often comes in for criticism for no longer being the place where we take the moral course or we talk about the high values of public service. But in every single one of those maiden speeches from every side of the House, we've heard the real dedication that you've got to your community, the passion with which you want to fight for your community. And I think this Parliament, the Parliament of 2024, will do a huge amount to change people's lives. On the substance of the debate, and I'll come back to some of the maiden speeches if I've got time, the Shadow Secretary of State said in her contribution opening this debate that the Conservative Party can be proud of its climate record. And in so many ways, if we were to go back years, that's probably right. But the rhetoric that we're now hearing from this Conservative Party is a million miles from that David Cameron conservatism that said we should take the environment seriously. Language in this matter is important. It matters that we talk of truth when we speak about the opportunities and risks. And it matters that we don't conflate issues where there is no grounds for doing so. And I want to pick out just a few things from the debate we've heard today. The Shadow Secretary of State and a number of members raised the issue of bills. I have to say there's an element sitting listening to those contributions of wondering where some honourable members have been for the past few years. There can scarcely be any member in this House who doesn't know of the thousands of people up and down this country struggling in fuel poverty, and the millions who are still facing higher bills. The reason that we are on this journey is not because of some sort of ideological commitment to net zero, but because we know it is the only way to deliver the energy security that we need, to reduce our dependence on volatile gas prices, and to deliver the cheaper energy that we know will bring down bills. So our commitment that we made throughout the election has not changed in the slightest. We will bring down people's bills in the long term to avoid those shocks that have cost people so much in their household bills. The Honourable Lady, the member for Bath, in what I thought was a great speech, pointed out that this can't be about growth versus green, and I think that's really important. The two go hand in hand, and it's a key part of both our economic strategy and our environmental strategy that we move forward. She also made the point about coordinating across government, and I think that's important. It's why the Prime Minister himself is chairing these mission boards, so that we can bring together all departments of state and internal and external voices to really drive forward the change that's needed across government. On the oil and gas transition, the members for Gordon and Buchan and Aberdeenshire North and Murray East, perhaps not surprisingly on the same side criticising this government, made a number of points about the North Sea that I think are important and I take on board very seriously. But the suggestion that the North Sea is going to close overnight is nonsense, and it has to stop being peddled by members across this House because it creates uncertainty that is unnecessary. There will be decades of work in the oil and gas industry in the North Sea, whether or not we issue new licences. And the skills, the experience and the infrastructure that is vital for our net zero transition, as the Honourable Lady pointed out in her speech, are important. And that's why we need to start the just transition now. It's why we should have started it years ago, frankly. We can't simply bury our heads in the sand and hope that the economic reality of the future will be the same as the past. The North Sea is declining as an oil and gas basin. We need to tackle what the future of that looks like now. And on the issue of scaremongering, the various contributions we've heard about solar today, I think mark a really worrying change in the discourse that we're going to have in this House if we carry on the way we are. The genuine questions about planning are important, and it is right that members of Parliament, indeed I would myself as a constituency MP, are robust in the defence of their constituents on these issues. But there is such a thing as nationally important infrastructure that is important for the whole country. And the scaremongering of saying that there is somehow going to be food insecurity because of these solar projects, I think is incredibly dangerous language from the party opposite. Indeed, the National Farmers Union, responding to some of that fear-mongering last week, said they do not in any way present a risk to the UK's food security. Solar farms make up less than 1% of the land use in this country, and even if we get to the target that we want to get to, they will still make up a tiny amount of our land use, and they are an important part of our energy infrastructure, and I'll give way.
Minister for giving way. I accept that the figure at the moment is 1%, but the volume of solar applications coming forward, literally every week in my constituency alone, means that the cumulative impact of those will mean a hit on food security. And I would ask him to gently look at what the projected numbers for the future are, not what we've already got.
Well, I'm going to just make some progress because I've only got 4 minutes. If I've got time, I will come back to you. So the Honourable Gentleman repeats the point about food insecurity, despite me just saying what the National Farmer Union, I think an expert in this topic, have said about that. But he does make a point around the amount of infrastructure in one given area, and that's why it's really important that we coordinate that infrastructure much better than we have done at the moment. It's why the Spatial Energy Plan, work commenced, in fact, by the previous government that we will continue, is so important, because we need a holistic view of all of this energy infrastructure so that individual communities do not become saturated with one particular type of infrastructure. But I say gently to all honourable members, we do at some point have to accept that some of this infrastructure is nationally important and will have to be sited somewhere. And even if we have offshore cables, it, by its very necessity, has to come on shore at some point. So there will have to be a recognition of infrastructure in communities, but I take the point around the importance of it being well planned. Well, I'll give way to the Honourable Lady briefly, and then...
I thank the Minister for giving way. The Honourable Member raised a concern about solar threatening the ability for us to grow our own food in this country. I would respectfully suggest that the Honourable Member checks out the recent research by Exeter University, which showed that we could increase the amount of renewable energy that we generate in this country 13 times over using, I believe, I was just looking it up and didn't quite get there in time, I believe it is less than 3% of the UK's land, and it involves using none of the highest grade agricultural land or areas.
Minister.
I think that's a helpful contribution, and I thank her for it. I think even if we reached our solar target by 2030, it's a very small amount of land use that would be used for it, and an important part of our energy infrastructure. There were a number of other points from this debate that I think underline how complex some of these decisions are going to be, but also the huge opportunities that we have. A number of members spoke about the industrial opportunity that will come from this green transition. A number of people offered up their own examples from their own constituencies around the role of skills, which is going to be so important. And also, I think, the sense that together as a country, this is the mission that we need to be on is important, because it will take all of us, with all our expertise and the challenge that comes from the opposition, to make the right decisions here so that we can have a long-term plan that delivers the net zero future that we need. Just returning to some of the maiden speeches before I sum up, I do want to highlight in particular, perhaps, and I'll take advantage of being at the dispatch box here, my colleagues from Scotland who have been returned to this Parliament, who made some fantastic speeches, and it was brilliant to hear the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Helens N, speak in Gaelic in his contribution in the House, which was fantastic, and disappointed that we weren't more of our lobby colleagues to hear you do that, but I'm sure they will catch up. And I think the point that he makes about the importance of involving communities in this future is one that was made by a number of honourable members. That needs to take two parts. It needs to be the consent and the consultation, but it also needs to be recognising what the rewards for those communities should be. And there are a number of options. Not all communities are aligned on what they think that reward should look like, but it is going to be a critical part going forward. And there were a number of quotes that I'll look back on Hansard. The member for Helens N talked about seasoned with salt, which I think was wonderful. The member for Glasgow SW spoke about seeing the world through the long lens. And I think that discipline to look at some of these difficult, challenging public priorities and recognising that some of the benefits of what we are doing now will not be seen in the next 5 or 10 years, but they are nonetheless important to start the work of is something that we can all bear in mind in this place. And perhaps just to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, since the summer recess is fast approaching, I couldn't help but notice in all of the maiden speeches that we produced something of our own staycation guide as we were going round the House. And so very, very quickly, I would just say the Honourable Lady for Lowestoft, the Lido and the Safari, the Turner Art Gallery in East Thanet, the Barra Jewel and Hebrides with the Whisky and Salmon in h-Eileanan, the Norman Castle in the Waverley Valley, Bellicuston Park that I know well in Glasgow SW, one of Beckett's miracles. Fantastic. I'm going to come and see you about that. And also, I now know that you're the one with sweeties in the chamber, which is very helpful. The Open Championship in Central Ayrshire. The member for Central Ayrshire has the privilege of representing the constituency that I was born in, and he gave a wonderful speech today. The Algrove Chippy in Bathgate, Dumbarton Castle in West Dumbartonshire, and the delight in Lewis of being burnt as an effigy. Thank you very much for concluding that debate. And with the 15 seconds that I've got left, I just want to say thank you to all those honourable and right honourable members who have participated in this debate. I hope this is the first of many, and I hope that they continue to be a genuine exchange of ideas across the House. Thank you.
The question is that this House has considered the matter of making Britain a clean energy superpower. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to